Hello, everybody. Sorry about sorry about the noises there for a second. That was my bad. You can hear the mic, the keyboard. That's weird. Is the sound okay otherwise? Apart from that? Hey Dermot, how's it going? So we're here for round 6. Diana's playing Trinarva from Estonia today. And let me just update the moves really quickly. She played a French today, an opening she's never played before ever. Okay, so her opponent played bishop to b1. Interesting. So, okay, let's just quickly go through the game. I'll just show you what was going on really quick. Oh, the laptop is being slow again. How are you a WFM? Well, I am not a WFM. Yeah, sorry, Dermot, it's the screen. It's a bit bright here in the room. Okay, I can tilt it back down again. Sorry about that. I am not a WFM. I am just commentating on Diana's channel. Diana is a WFM. She's playing the European Women's Championships right now. And this is round 6. She played a German yesterday and won, got her first win in, and now she's excited for this match today. She has some secret sauce prep for her opponent, who is 2100 rated, strong player from Estonia, WAM, I think. Okay, let's just see for a second how the opening went. As I said, she went for a French, which is the first time ever she's played a French in a tournament, because her opponent plays a specific line against the French, which she thought there was something in there. Well, she was advised that there might be something in there. So her opponent did. Actually, let me just quickly flip the board. And let me just flip this board as well, just so we remember that Diana is black. Okay, so Diana is black here. She played the French defense. Her opponent went for knight to d2, which I think is called the Tarrasch or something. I'm not really a French expert myself. And she went with this setup. Her opponent went for bishop d3. In her other games, she went e5 right away, and then knight d7 and c5 was the plan. But as you can see in a second here, Diana played c5 anyway, and then e5 was played, so it all transposed back. Diana played knight to d7 now, and we got the same position. Her opponent played c3, knight c6, and castles. And now here, all of her opponent's previous opponents had played a5, which is one of the common moves here in this position, but Diana goes for g5 instead, drumming up some attack on the king side. So this is definitely a bit of a spicier choice for Diana, and that's what we were hoping that her opponent wasn't quite ready for. And her opponent played bishop to b1. Not one of the more moves that we were looking at the most, but okay, I think it looks reasonable. I think the most common move, or I think the best move here for white is to take, but bishop b1 looks reasonable as well, for sure. So yeah, I hope we can get the Kara in here at some point, because he's our resident French expert. He plays the French himself. I'm just gonna text him real quick, actually. I'm just gonna, yeah. So he might come in a bit and tell us all about the French, and maybe he knows this position as well. That would be good. Me and Diana, North and South Pole. Yeah, people have said this before. That's true. We are maybe a little bit two poles of a magnet, for sure. A little bit opposites in that way. I'm yeah. My streaming personality is not quite the same. But yeah, okay. Maybe I won't quite put you to sleep just yet. Okay, so Diana played g4, as you can see. So remember, everybody, the small board on the bottom right is the live board, and the big board is the analysis board. So yeah, that's how we've been doing things. Oh yeah, Waterford Wizard, Ellen does play the French. Didn't you learn the French as well at some stage? What do you think? Have you ever had a position like this before? Okay, and her opponent seems to have played knight to e1. Yeah, so in other lines, if white takes here and then g4, knight, white has this square for the knight, so those games turn out a little bit different. But now, after dropping the bishop back and g4, the knight only has this square, really. So yeah, yes, part of it, I knew the position up to move 9. Well, that's pretty good. Yes, g5 has been played several times, I think, by some very good players as well. Let's just see the database real quick. Database says g5 has been played by Hikaru Nakamura a couple of times, Alexander Morozevich, and yeah, actually Nakamura played it 3 times and lost all 3 times with it, so not a great omen there. But I mean, he was playing Karyakin and Caruana and some guy called Yudin, which, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess in Super GM games it's not scoring great, but I think that shouldn't concern us too much. Yeah, I mean, there's been 20 games. Actually, hold on a second. There have been g5. It says there have been 430 games with g5, and black scores 26%, which, I mean, you know, isn't great. But I think the main idea was that, yeah, this is sort of Diana's style, playing aggressively, creating some kingside attack, and her opponent not being quite ready for the prep. That's sort of what we were relying on here. And I think this position definitely suits Diana quite a bit, I would say. Lots of things to do, even though she does have this. It's a bit counterintuitive, because usually you would say you would want to attack in the direction that your pawns are pointing. So, I mean, here right now, Diana's pawn chain is pointing to the queen side, and there she has more space. So you might say the traditional chess principle would say that you should be playing on the queen side here. But at the same time, you can open up these files and then bring your rooks over and create some pressure on that king for sure, especially your bishop can come in. Sometimes, at some point, you will maybe take here and open up the center, and open up ways for your pieces to get to the king side. Yeah, so just conceptually, I think a move like c5 is not something we want to play while also attacking on the king side. But okay, we'll see. We'll see what Diana does. Oh no, today Laura and Monica are playing. Both of them are from the same Slovenian team. Monica, who? Monica Soczko, you mean? Isn't she Polish? Or is there another Monica in the tournament? I'm not quite sure. I think there's one other Monica Rosman. Ah, I see, okay. I see, okay. Monica Rosman. Never heard of her before, if I'm gonna be honest. I think there's even another Slovenian, like Lara Ur or something. Zara Ur, Lara Ur, something along those lines. If I'm not wrong. Zala Ur, yes, close enough. Close enough. Oh, Cuthbert is Slovenian as well, yes. Yes. Okay, I'm still waiting for Lou to reply. I think he might be dodging us. Might be dodging. He doesn't want to see his French secrets revealed. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about his prep on stream. You never know. Maybe he's afraid of being scouted. Yeah, so I mean, I personally can only tell you that, I mean, Black is going to try to make stuff happen on the king side. I'm a little bit confused by White playing Bishop B1. I mean, I'm sure it's okay, but also, at the same time, I'm thinking it sort of deprives White of some plans, because the Bishop isn't really, like, there's nothing really happening on this side of the board. I mean, Black is hardly going to put much on the king side that could be attacked by these bishops pointing there. So I don't know. Maybe it's just to reroute it eventually. We'll have to see. So I think for Diana here, I think we could consider h5 would be the most natural move. I mean, our pawn is being attacked. We want to defend it. I don't know. That seems logical. We could also take here intermediately. Takes, and then this maybe. Although I would suspect that we don't necessarily want to release this tension, even if it wins us a pawn, maybe. Like, let's say we take, and I don't think we necessarily want to take here. I mean, there's gonna be this, and then, I mean, the queen might even come in here and force our rook away and win another pawn. I mean, it all looks a bit risky. I mean, we'd have to drop back, queen here, rook f8, and this doesn't look very pleasant. I'm not sure if you want to take this pawn with White. At least not just yet, because I mean, this pawn is not going anywhere. It can't be defended. I mean, maybe it can be defended eventually, but we would want to defend this pawn first, maybe, so we could think about this, or this, or this, something like that, because our queen is also defending this pawn, obviously. So I think this is not necessarily what we want to do. We could trade first, and then after takes, we could play h5. Oh, not h6. Sorry about that. Let's just delete that from the variation real quick. And then h5. But I think we prefer having the tension. Because I think in the French generally, I think having this tension on d4 is something that Black really likes. Eventually we could maybe reinforce this, and if White ever takes, if White ever takes, we can get a free move in. So yeah, I think we don't necessarily want to take. I think h5 would be a move. Maybe also rook g8 is something we could play. For the same reason, obviously it defends the pawn. If we lose this. I don't think we mind this because this pawn, I think we just want to attack on the king side anyway. So if they take our h-pawn, I think we say take our h-pawn. And we can be relatively happy, at least, about our attacking chances. I wouldn't be too upset about getting this position at all. This position looks fun to play, especially because black is already attacking and white has undeveloped pieces. Yes, so I kind of agree. You might say that the bishop undeveloped itself by going to b1. Yeah, I mean, the bishop still has it. I mean, it has, if not a very important diagonal, at least it's a long diagonal. So there's something to be said for that. It could be important later on, and also at least it's flexible with a lot of squares to go to. Okay, sorry, that wasn't played in the game. I don't think Diana has moved yet, has she? Oh, actually she has moved, and she's played h5. So, okay, that's good. I think we like that best. I think h5 seemed like the best move here. We can still think of things like rook g8 and then pushing the other pawn, or all sorts of things. We have all sorts of ideas here. Yeah, this looks like exactly the kind of thing that Diana wanted to get out of this opening. Yeah, h3. Wait, what are you saying? Imagine black's pawns on h4 and g4. Which pawn move would you play next to attack? Well, I mean, the thing is, if you play h3, as you said, if you play a move that only attacks one pawn, the pawn can always push past. So you would have to be careful and evaluate if these weak light squares are enough of a compensation for you having these pawns all the way up there. And I personally would say I doubt that it is, because this pawn, if you imagine for a second that this pawn is here and this pawn is here, I think this pawn is always going to be a weakness. Yeah, so, and also I think at that point you could open up with f3 at some point, because this diagonal is probably not going to open up anytime soon. White is going to have this pawn on d4, whichever pawn it's going to be, if it's going to remain this pawn or if it's going to be this pawn. I don't think white is planning to give up on this square, and I don't think white can afford to do that anyway, so the diagonal will remain closed for the moment. And then breaking like this might be an option that is decent for white eventually. Rook can come to f2 maybe, so there's no issues on the h-pawn. Yeah. Definitely not too bad for white at all. So I don't think that's necessarily going to be the plan. But let's think of a move for white maybe instead. I think moves we could think of, I think classic moves in this kind of structure are knight to b3, because we want to make black play c5 and then we would just come back. I think we would like that as white, to just close up this side of the board, because then black really doesn't have that much to do with all the pieces. So if we just imagine this and c4, I don't think that would necessarily be good for black at all. Knight just comes back, and then this pawn chain is just very solid, can't really be undermined anymore. We don't have pressure on d4 anymore, and nothing's really happening. But you know, we would have to just find a different way to move our pieces to the queen side. Then maybe we could play, like, I don't know, develop our bishop out here, bring the queen in, bring the knight in, but they all have the same route sort of, and they're going to be blocking each other. Like, that's going to be a very hard way to get all these pieces out there, but maybe it can be done. So we'd have to evaluate this position. Yeah, we could also think of, I know, b6 and then bringing our bishop to a6 at some point, activating it this way, taking advantage of this bishop no longer being on the d3 square. That could be another idea. What do you guys think in chat? Any ideas what white will probably do next? Knight b3, maybe knight c2, extra defender of this pawn, although it does sort of block our own bishop. But maybe white would come here. I don't think we want to take as white, because I mean now black just has all the options. We can take this pawn, we can take this pawn, we can take this pawn with this one, we can take here. This is going to be hard to imagine that black doesn't have anything good here. I guess maybe this move would be the most thematic, or this. I'm not entirely sure. I guess this at least gives white b4, and then maybe this. Hard to evaluate. I'm really not an expert on these French structures, so yeah, I'm really hoping that Luke comes in, our resident French player, and helps me out with all this weird stuff. I'd go bishop takes c5 because you can take e5 later and it prevents b4. Yeah, that's true for sure. So if we, I guess if we take here and then bishop takes, the knight here. I guess the problem with this line is maybe that the whole idea of taking with the bishop is that we gain sort of a tempo and get a good diagonal for the bishop, so that would be nice. But when they can play knight d3 and we have to go back, this also locks in our light square bishop forever. We would like to have played b6 at some point and then have some flexibility for the bishop. And I think that would maybe be a drawback of this move. So if we go here, and we go back, I don't think that would be good, because then we just wasted a bit of time. And white's going to defend this pawn, and I think white's going to be good here. But I think if we stay here, we're sort of undermining our own plans and sort of preventing our own plans a little bit. So I think maybe it's a bit hasty to take with the bishop on c5 right away. I mean, it doesn't prevent it, but b4 doesn't support c5 anymore, and most definitely that diagonal suits the bishop even if you take on e5. Well, even if you don't take on e5, yeah, it's true. I think if we could get the b pawn out of the way first, that would be really good. So actually, maybe we could even, maybe we don't even need to win this pawn. We can just play this. And then, I don't know, take here. We have some open stuff. Can play this, and this eventually. And I think our plan is just to create an attack. Eventually we can also maybe do some swingaroos here if the queen's not there anymore. But okay, Dermot is asking, if knight b3 and we push the pawn, knight moves back, and we make a triangle with the b pawn to b5, what does play then? What does white play then? Okay, let's look at it. So knight b3 you're saying, and then c4 here, and then you said b5? Well, I'm not sure if we need to play b5. And we can, I guess. I guess black doesn't really have much better to do than b5, but if you think about it, the structure, if you play b5, what does b5 actually accomplish? We're not actually worried about them taking the pawn just yet, and if they're going to play b3, they'll do it at some point. And if you look at our light square bishop, I mean, this is a French, so we kind of have to expect that it's going to be bad, but this is like really bad. Like, how is this bishop ever going to do anything? This is a question we're going to have to ask ourselves. And it's really hard to imagine it ever getting to a great position. But yeah, I mean, maybe this is good as well. You never know. But if white plays something like this and further controls the dark squares, I'm not sure how we're ever gonna break through. Yeah, I'm not really sure. But as I said, I'm not a French player, so I think on many of the positions you can sort of just play and know what's going on. But I think French positions are often quite different to that, and you need to really have a kind of different feel for these positions than for, let's say, Sicilians or Scandinavians or e45 positions. Yeah. But okay, let's see. Did anything happen? Knight c2 was played. Let me see. h5, knight c2. So not knight b3, knight c2 was played. Let's make that the main line real quick. And now Diana has to come up with a plan. And yeah, as I said, it's not always easy to do that here in these positions, because you could say, okay, well, I want this position with g5, but if our opponent plays sort of timidly, like white did here, not capturing on c4, but playing bishop to b1 instead, I think if she plays something like this and g4, knight here, I think this is much more concrete and you have a more natural plan. But this bishop b1, this turns into a very positional battle. You shuffle your pieces, white's going to shuffle their pieces, white decided to play knight e1 and knight c2, so a lot of shuffling going on, and black is going to have to do the same. There's not really anything that black can do to induce violence immediately, the kind of violence that she maybe wanted. So I think we can think about b5, we can think about queen b6. I think I would prefer some b-pawn move, b6 or b5. Maybe b5 makes more sense, and then maybe queen b6 after to increase pressure on d4. And I mean, we can just see that these these bishops, this bishop and this rook especially, I mean, this knight's going to move away and then the bishop's going to have scope, but this bishop and this rook especially are going to be a bit awkward for a little while. And if you go here and here, you're going to make it harder for this knight to move again. So that might be one plan. Also, I think generally we were analyzing a bit, and a5 was often a good move in many of these positions, just to stop white from undermining the queen side. And then if you imagine just white getting their pawns going on the queen side, you can imagine that black's king is going to have a hard time finding shelter, because your g-pawn and h-pawn are already way up the board, and you're going to, well, you're not going to be super happy if you have to run your king to the king side here, maybe, in some situations. Yeah. a4 from white would be good here, and if b4, you ignore it as white If takes, you open the b file, b3, you kill your own light square bishop. So a4 from white on the last move, you meant. So instead of from way before, like here or where? I really hope we can get Luke in here at some point, because I would love to. Queen b6 is played. Okay, let me put it on the board real quick. Hello J-Cake, how are you doing today? I'm also gonna have some chocolate. Oreo chocolate. Very nice. I guess this is turning into a bit of an eating stream. Chocolate today, sushi yesterday. Well, J-Cake, I'll just show you real quick how it got there. We played e4. It's the only opening she ever plays. I think it's quite funny actually. She has this, well, we think we found her Lichess account. It doesn't have her title or her name on it, but I'm pretty sure we found her Lichess account, and she has like 1,000 games, and every single white game has been e4. So she really doesn't play anything else. Okay, so Diana decided to play the French today. A bit of an opening surprise for her opponent, because she's never played the French before. And in this tournament, she's already played e5 and the Scandinavian. And in the past, she's played the Sicilian. So she's a bit all over the place as far as openings are concerned, and really quite impossible to prepare against, which is always good. Especially for someone who's playing e4. I think for a d4 player, she might be a little bit easier to predict, but we might work on that as well. So yeah, you can't fault her for playing nothing but e4. Yeah, you would say that, Paul, e4. That makes a lot of sense that you would agree with her. Okay, so French. Diana was, I mean, really praying that she wouldn't play the advanced French, because Diana, as I said, like, she does not play the French. She only plays this one line that we prepped today. The knight against knight d2. I think anything else would have been, yeah, an unpleasant surprise. If she had played the advanced French, I think things might have gone a little bit poorly, but okay, didn't happen. Preparation held strong. A little bit of a move order deviation. Her opponent played bishop d3 instead of playing e5 right away. The plan was e5, knight d7, bishop d3, c5, but as you can see, it actually transposed, because after bishop d3, Diana played c5, and then e5 anyway, knight d7 anyway, and we got the same position. So far so good as far as preparation goes. c3, knight c6, and castles. And here was the whole point of Diana's opening, as she wanted to play g5 instead of the slightly more common move, and the move that her opponent has faced every single time she's had this position so far, a5. So she went for g5 instead, And I mean, you can imagine this is sort of Diana chess, just attacking on the king side, just going for it a little bit there. And then her opponent deviated again from what is most common, and she played bishop to b1. Very decent move, very normal move, but more common would be, and I think the top computer move is d takes c5, and then after g4, knight here, and you gotta get in sort of a messy position where a lot of things can happen. This pawn can be taken, this pawn can be taken. There's a lot of options, and I think it's gets pretty chaotic pretty quickly. But our opponent chose something much calmer, went for bishop b1. Maybe it's a little bit worse, but I think she accepted that and didn't want to get into any complications she wasn't prepared for. So yeah, so both of them are probably a little bit out of book now, and just playing chess. And Diana's position, I'm not 100% sure I love it, because as I said previously, she's never played the French, and this is a very French kind of position. You have this really bad bishop. For now on c8, you need to maybe either you need to play with it, or you need to find a way to get rid of it. I think like getting it to a6 eventually would be a plan, but you have to make it happen somehow. And then, okay, first of all, we need to deal with this threat here. Diana played h5, normal move, knight c2. We were maybe saying we expected knight b3, and then if c5, knight back, and you sort of locked up the queen side, and you're saying that black's pushing of g5, g4, and h5 is maybe not actually such a good thing, because white's pawns point to the king side, white wants to play on the king side, and these pawns might just be a weakness. And if you ever close this position down, so you would have to deal with f3 at some point, maybe, and yeah, you might get in some trouble if you can't reroute your pieces to the king side in time. Yeah, it's going to be another late castle, if at all. That's true, J-Cake. I'm not sure she's gonna castle this game. I mean, I think there are some situations like where you castle kingside here, but I don't think you would ever castle queenside, because if anything, you would, I mean, you could say, okay, maybe if the queenside locks up, you want to castle queenside, but actually I think if anything, you want to keep your king sort of close, close here, because if you have it all the way on the queen side, any infiltration that might happen is going to be difficult to play against. And also, if black can open the position eventually, after all, with something like a5, you might not be super well placed if your king is all the way on the king side, and the rook isn't anymore. So might well be that there's not going to be any castling. Is that Diana wearing the police hat? Well, you can try to answer that question for yourself. You might try that and see what you come up with. Yeah, I wish it were so, Luke. I wish it were so, Dermot, that Luke was in the voice chat. Our French expert. He plays the French himself. I do not. Hello, Mirologist. How are you doing? Yeah, so this is, in case you were wondering, this is Diana's game from the European Women's Chess Championship. It's going on right now. This is round 6. Round 6 of 11. Diana won yesterday, and, you know, maybe we can get on a little bit of a streak, which would be nice. Okay, but let's see. Okay, we have some moves, actually. So after knight to c2, what her opponent played, Diana went for queen to b6. And yeah, as I said, I think I like this move. I think the only downside is that it sort of blocks in our b-pawn. So we can't really play b6 or b5 and activate our bishop like we might have wanted to. But okay, it's a French defense. We can't hope for our knight square bishop being good as well, I guess. We have to content ourselves with this pressure against d4. And after she played the knight to c2, now this bishop's a bit tucked in and she can't easily move this knight again. And this knight also doesn't have a terrible amount of squares. So let's say she goes knight b3 now, and then we play c5 and she goes back. Then, okay, this knight can't really move to very many squares. This knight can't really move to very many squares. But yeah, okay, we'll have to see. I'm really not sure what White's plan should be in this position, if I'm going to be honest. If White should take some space on the queen side, which seems reasonable, or if they should play something like rook e1, but that might be just bad because you're getting your position opened up. I guess knight b3 makes sort of the most sense. And then if black plays something like a5, you can maybe, you know, play bishop here or bishop here just to stop this undermining of the d4 square to be such a problem. Hello, Caffeine Jones. My name is Patrick. I am a friend of Diana's, and we're doing some, well, actually, right now it's just me. We're just waiting for our friend Luke, if he's going to come in to the stream as well, and we might do some commentary together. Where is the Stockfish voice? Well, if you want to see what Stockfish says to the position, then you can open the Lichess round broadcast and look it up. Maybe you can, if you want, you can share it with us, but I'm not going to look at the engine for now because, well, I probably couldn't properly explain to you why it says what it says anyway, so I might as well try to figure out the position for myself. And I think if we think about the position together, we're going to be closer to what the players think than if we ask Stockfish. Oh, we did. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. I didn't realize you called him Stockfish. I think he would be a little bit upset with that. He doesn't like the computers very much. It says 0. I can explain that one for you. The position is even. Well, thank you, J-Cake. I think we figured it out. I think we can just agree a draw and go home now. Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe Diana is happy with half a point. Actually, I'm not sure. Like, Diana seemed really happy to play chess today. She was saying she was kind of excited. Yes, I am German. Jivova. I don't understand jokes. I do not get them. I mean, I can appreciate that they exist, but if you don't tell me, I'm gonna have a tough time laughing at them. Okay, so at least on the clock, I think we're doing well again. I think this is nice to see. Okay, her opponent played knight b3. We're already ready on the analysis board. What makes you laugh? Well, I mean, you can try to make me laugh. You get, I don't know, you can get an interview question for Diana later. You can ask her a question and I'll make sure she answers it. If you make me laugh. And if not, then none of your questions will ever be answered again in this chat. So you meant me well. That's what I was saying. Make me laugh. I challenge you. Okay, so knight b3 was played. And now Diana will have to make a pretty big decision to play c5 or not to play c5. I think the true French player does not want to play c5, but maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I don't know, I mean, she could play something like rook g8 and then try to get her pawns going. That's always an idea that she wants to go for sooner or later, I suppose. You could also try a5 always, saying, okay, I don't want to take on, I don't want to play c5. If you want to take on, I don't want to play c4, I mean. If you want to take, then you're going to have to take, and then you're going to have to make it easier for me to get my pieces to the king side. And you're going to have to give up this wall of pawns that's preventing me from now. And if not, I'm going to push a4, and your knight's going to have to go back, and you're going to look a bit silly. And also you're going to lose a pawn. So yeah, so definitely if you play a5 and you're threatening a4, they're going to have to do something about it, I assume. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I guess knight takes, bishop takes or knight takes, maybe knight takes, makes more sense. D takes and bishop takes, and now you don't have the same problems anymore, because no b4, because it's defended 3 times. Well, actually, it's not really. Let me see, can you play b4? Because in the end you might have yeah, well, I guess you don't have to take with the bishop, so I guess knight takes is okay. I just think you don't want to give up your dark square bishop in this position if you're black. Even if that would mean that you could still attack this pawn, I think you'd rather keep this, and then this might be just good for... This might be just very good for black. I mean, you're up a pawn and you're happy. White normally has a space advantage in the advanced French. This is a strange position. Well, I mean, white does still have the relevant space advantage in sort of towards the center and the king side. But of course I know, like, you are taking quite a bit of queenside space as black here. So let's say if a5, I mean, maybe they can... Oh no, wait, what? They can't do that because the tang's a piece, obviously. So they're going to have to figure something out to prevent a4. Maybe they want to just allow this, and then only after you played a4 and invested in another tempo, only then you play knight takes e5. That could be an idea as well. You could also play... Well, I guess d takes, you could also play. I don't really think there's a difference, maybe, between the two moves. Although I guess maybe you can... I'm not sure, I'm never really sure if you can give up this pawn. So maybe you defend the pawn first, and then a4, and then do you go to d4? Maybe you do. Oh no, wait, you're hanging your b pawn. So I guess not. So I guess you're taking. And you can't do this, I imagine. Because, can you? Yeah, your queen's probably getting trapped, so you don't want that. So you'd have to take here, and then again, b4 is maybe okay. And now this is okay because the knight can capture in the end. And we might get something like this. Yeah, exactly. The knight's protecting the rook, so we can actually do that for white. And what do we think of this position? Well, I would like this as black, but I mean, for one thing, they have a knight on a1, which looks a little bit silly, and this bishop also looks a little bit silly. But of course, our bishop is still quite awful for now. We're gonna have to invest several moves to get it to do anything. Like we would have to play something like this, and like, I don't know, here, something like that. But for now, I think I would prefer black here if I had to pick. But that's just my first instinct. You also always have these pawns. For now, it might be a little bit ambivalent if this is going to be an advantage or a disadvantage for black to have these pawns so far advanced. You're always, you can't ever really be sure. In the end game, they might become weak. They also might be good. Even in an end game, it might be good to have the pawns advanced already. It really depends on the specifics of the position, how it's going to work out. Black is never castling. Also, black has gained space on the king side, but without a piece sack, there's never a real threat. White's fine. Black also, I guess. Yeah, I think I kind of agree. Okay, and Diana played a5, I believe. Wait, that's not the line we wanted. The line was knight b3 and a5. Make this the main line. Okay, so Diana's playing good moves, I think. I think a5 did look the most promising. I think rook g8 maybe was another idea or two. But okay, I think a5 is probably the best move if I had to guess. Queen c2, king h1, f3 may be a plan for white. Queen c2. What do you mean? Like, where does the knight go? I mean, I guess the point is that this knight on c2, I guess black's point with queen b6 was that the knight on c2 can't really move away too easily without giving up defense of the d4 pawn and dropping that. And I think if we drop this in a position where we're not ready for it, it might just be the end for white. I really wish Luke was here. Can already feel my voice getting sore. I'm really not made for this streaming stuff. Maybe I should talk more in my everyday life to prepare myself. I think I need some more chocolate too. To smooth out my voice. Actually, I think there wasn't a Discord message either today, was there? So maybe we should actually make a Discord announcement that the stream is live, so that not all the people miss it. Let me just see about that real quick. If there was an alert. Okay, I guess there was an alert. Maybe people are just in a Saturday mood. Nobody wants to show up. probably got better things to do on a nice little sunny Saturday afternoon. I can definitely understand that. Essentially out of prep on move 12. I think actually she was out of prep on move 9. I don't think really we looked deeply at anything relating to bishop b1. Bit of a strange move to look at in the first place. Okay, but if we look at okay, see you soon, Dermot. I'll be here when you come back. Okay, so her opponent kind of quickly played knight takes, and I guess knight takes she played, hopefully. Yeah, knight takes and d takes. But now Diana's probably going to play bishop takes, I imagine. Yes, it's on the board, and queen to e2. So a bunch of moves played quickly, but at the end of it, we can see on the live board, actually we can't see anything on the live board right now because it seems like I have been disconnected from that. So let's just refresh that real quick. If we can find our board again. Here it is. Queen b6 is a weird move. I don't know about that. I think queen b6 is actually a very topical move in any kind of French structure, increasing pressure on to d4. I think that's actually very natural. And it forced some slightly awkward defense of that pawn, and eventually it led to it opening up, like the position opening up. And I think definitely that black is quite happy with this happening, because if we think about it now, now we have this plan of rook g8 and h6, h5 and g6, I mean. And then this pawn will be pinned, so white will maybe have to move their king. And if that happens, so if we play h5 and they have to move their king eventually after rook g8 as well, then we might have some more incentive to play this move instead. So I think we definitely achieved something here. I think I would definitely take black if I had to choose between the two sides. Let's actually just make this the main line for a second. So queen e2 was played, and okay, let's also just flip the live board again, so we don't have to think that Diana's opponent is who we care about here. Oh hey, welcome back, Waterford Wizard. How are you doing? Hope you're good. I think Diana's getting a good position here, and I think Diana's been really good at getting these good positions in the middle game out of the opening. I think we can be quite happy with this. I think there's... yeah, I think this is very interesting. You could also think of someday, you know, even like either playing queen a7 or queen a6, and then if white wants to trade queens, I think we're actually quite happy with that, because then nothing will prevent us from developing our bishop. Our king doesn't have to worry anymore about being in the center. I think that's then exactly where a king wants to be. I think e7 is a brilliant square for the king in a queenless game. I think major Windows update just when it wasn't wanted. Oh no, we all hate the Windows updates. Common story. Hey Goku, how's it going? We're lacking Luke here, our French expert. We need our French expert in here. But Goku, what do you think about this position? I was thinking it was nice for black. At least you didn't have a Windows update in the middle of the last sub-battle game. You have a hater in here. Okay, well, then you should probably tell us what's so bad about black's position here. So if the French is bad, why is it bad here? Tell us. So even the French hater appreciates this position. That must be a good sign. I can only guess that must be a good sign. Even Gokul approves. So what's your move here, Gokul? What do you play here as black? Like, do you do something to get your bishop in the game, or do you play rook g8 to get the pawns rolling, or what's the idea? I just hate it because I get bad positions playing against it with white and playing with it as black. Yeah, I can definitely kind of relate to that. I tried playing the French briefly, but I was like, oh no, actually I don't like this at all. Just gave it up again. Like, I do choose my openings for their names, you know, and I thought the Scandinavian was nice, and then I thought, okay, let's try the French. Sounds good enough. I'd probably go bishop d7 here. Yeah, okay, that seems reasonable. I think that makes sense. Just a normal move. Nothing fancy. I kind of like the rook g8 concept. I wouldn't be surprised if Diana played that, because I mean, we all know that's kind of her style. White should try sacking on b4. What do you mean? So play b4 now, or what? Yeah, Diana doesn't play the French. I think this is I'm actually sure this is the first time she's played the French over the board, and this was a bit of prep against this opponent. Yeah, so her opponent, let me just show you the opening for a second. So it went like this. Her opponent only plays knight d2. We've only seen her play knight d2, and well, if she had played the advanced French, we would have been in some deep trouble, I think, because Diana doesn't know what to do in the advanced French. So this was just skating by on the hopes that her opponent would play what she always plays, or well, what she usually plays anyway. So she had this position here. Sorry about that. She might be, yeah. Okay, so here I think the plan was that after knight f6, bishop d3. Wait, no, actually, hold on. After knight f6, I think the prep was this, knight d7, and then bishop d3. But okay, it just transposed. After this, now c5 and e5 was played, and then the knight came to d7, and we got the same position. c3, knight c6, and then the whole point of this sort of opening, every of her opponents previously had played a5, which is the most common move. Slightly, actually, only slightly the most common move. But here Diana played g5, second most common move, and a little bit more her style. That's the kind of position she wanted to get. And this is what she was hoping to get on the board as well. So yeah, at this point you would say that this preparation was not necessarily successful, because I think this is just a normal position. It's just a normal position that you get in the French. But I think she was happy to get that against this opponent, and then her prep pretty much ended when her opponent played bishop b1. Not a move we looked at, really at all. So I think the moves we looked at were takes, h3, and things like that. But bishop b1, somewhat out of the ordinary. G4, knight e1, because now I guess the idea of taking here is that after g4, you can bring the knight in here. No, none of that choice now, so knight e1 only move. And then she played h5, and with queen b6, tried to put on some more pressure to the d4 square, I guess a classic French idea. And a5, trades, trades, trades. Got this bishop into the game on this nice diagonal towards the king. I was thinking maybe here would be a plan eventually. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Really liked your king e3 choice instead of the same queen takes g2 yesterday. Would you say that queen takes g2 was safe? Because queen takes g2 looked like a terrible endgame with the knight against bishop, a pawn down. I mean, she might have been able to hold that, but that looked really, really dangerous. Also, like, no chances anymore, of course, when you go into the end game. Bishop versus knight to pawn down. Okay, well, it seemed to me like this was, that endgame was at least close to losing, but maybe we just think about it. Let's see, maybe we can figure it out someday who was right about that. Because their king would have also not been very active, so I'm not sure, but okay, doesn't really matter. Anyway, I also liked king e3. I think king f3 was even more accurate, actually, because then the bishop would have had some chances to go to f3, to go to, well, whatever, e2 I think it was, but okay. Hello MRG 111111111. How are you doing? Okay, so after queen e2, Diana's been thinking for a little while now, just over 10 minutes. She's got a 15, well, actually more like 18-minute time advantage still. So I turned 12 today. Nice. Luke, hangover. What are you doing? Aye. Hope you had a good time. A gaff, a good gaff. That's how you use that word. Tell me if we need you there, Luke. We need you, our local French expert. I think we need some support for this position. Any rest day plans? I think there's gonna be some tour of the city or something. I don't know, but we'll have to see. Yes, I'm learning from you, Takata. After opponent played knight c2, I think it was better for Diana to go knight f8 to g6, bishop d7, and long castles. So let's look at that for a second. After her opponent played knight c2, let's see. So here, and you're saying knight f8. Okay. Oh, queen b6 first. Okay. queen b6 first, and then knight b3 still, and then knight f8, you mean, or what? But then you're just... Not sure I'm following exactly what you're meaning, Luke. Oh, c4 first, okay. Okay, that makes more sense to me. And then you're saying you're just gonna reroute your pieces. Yeah, I mean, this looks, to my eyes, this looks terrible because I'm always thinking, okay, I mean, I'm just playing a bishop down, but you're more in tune with these positions than me, I guess. But anyway, okay, so a5, I actually, personally, I liked a5. Because, yeah, you're sort of forcing things and to open up the center a little bit, and I think it activates some stuff and makes it easier to maneuver your pieces. Now you also traded one knight, so you don't have to worry about your knights getting in the way of each other as much. Anyway, let's see what was played. Okay, somehow it's at b3, but that wasn't played. Let me delete that real quick. I don't know how that came to be here. Oh, bishop d7 also wasn't played, of course. So Diana's been thinking here for a while. White's position looks grim either way. Yeah, I kind of agree, like this position doesn't look very pleasant with white. For sure, I mean, this pawn is a little bit awkward to defend. I mean, now the queen's doing it, but... Is the tour players only, or will you get a free chance to meet around the others? Well, I'm not sure. I think we'll manage it somehow. Although I'm not... I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't really know what we're gonna do. Might not even go anyway, so... I don't know. You really didn't like a5. Really didn't like it. Wow, those are strong words. Really didn't like it. a5 is not a French player's move. Yeah, maybe that's why I like it, because it's not a French player's move. Maybe that's why I like it, I don't know. Yeah, I'm really curious what she's gonna play here. I think rook g8 is the Diana move. Rook g8. I'm also always tempted to swap off queens. Like anytime I can see a chance to swap off queens with sort of an inconvenience for my opponent, I'm always going to be tempted to do it, because if you play queen a6 now and they want to keep the queen, they're going to have to do it in an awkward way because they have to defend this pawn. So the only square would be, I guess, here, which you never want to play, I'm sure. So I assume you portrayed queen c7 she played. Now that move is interesting. That move is interesting. Queen c7. So I mean, okay, we're attacking this pawn again. Attacking it twice now, it's defended one time. But I mean, does white mind playing bishop f4? I'm not sure they mind that, or rook e1. Yes, Takada, are you not calling it? You're very hungover, but that's just how we like you anyway. Maybe you're gonna be, you know, we might hear less about the bishop pair in your condition now or something. Might not be all bad. Okay, we'll let you get some food. and then you can enlighten us with your French ways. Are you also hungover, Goku, or what's the deal? Yeah, so isn't that the wrong opening for you then, Luke? Loving the bishop pair, playing the French. How does that compute? The knight pair. Well, neither player has the knight pair, so maybe they blundered already. 4 hours of sleep, that doesn't sound pleasant. That does not sound pleasant, Goku. Yo. Social events, that also doesn't sound pleasant, so sounds like you didn't have a great day so far. But I hope it was okay. I've trained so much with playing with only one bishop, I'm unstoppable when I have both. I mean, I can imagine if you play with one bishop, like it can control 2 color squares, so you must be unstoppable when you actually have 2. Would it be fair to say white is underdeveloped? I mean, I think that's kind of fair to say. Your piece is in a bit of an awkward spot for sure. Knight can't really move too many good squares. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of queen c7. I mean, it does attack this, but like, seems like we're just letting white develop anyway. A rook e1 seems sort of natural once the queen is off this diagonal anyway. I don't think we're really gaining that much. And now the bishop, before the bishop was tied down to b2, but now the bishop can also move, really. We are ahead on time, that's true. We are 50 minutes to 31 minutes, so that's definitely good. We like Diana playing with confidence. Although, as I said, I'm really not sure that this is any more like completely her position. Maybe rook g8 would have been more sort of a position where she can play intuitively. This is more of a maneuvering game now, where you have to sort of figure out a good plan to bring all your pieces into the game. Especially, I mean, the one thing I like about queen c7 is that it allows us to play this and this at some stage. So it is maybe an attempt to get rid of the French bishop, this terrible French bishop on c8, the light square bishop. Can't she just castle and f5? Castle, you say? I mean, you're very bold if you want to castle here with black. Especially if you also want to play f5, like, you know that if the king gets mated, then the game is over, right? So you might want to be careful with that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that castling would be a disaster. You'd castle here. Like, what makes you castle? Like, what's the advantage of castling kingside? I don't see any possible advantage. You're taking the rook away from this h file. I mean, you're putting it on the f file, but you could put it on the f file here as well if you really wanted to. Yeah, exactly. If you want to play rook g8, maybe that makes sense. But Luke, Thekata, isn't the real French player in love with not castling? I thought castling is just like a thing you do in other openings. Aren't you in love with getting mated in the center of the board? That's what I heard anyway. Castling's busted. Nerf castling. My guess is that white will play rook e1 or bishop f4. Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty safe guess. Although I guess white could also play bishop g5, because You can't take with the knight. Well, I guess, I mean, no, you can't take with the queen either because you trade first and then fork. So anytime we can safely castle, I do think I do it. Can never be a bad move. Well, okay, but can you ever castle safely in a French? That's my question. Moving 2 pieces at once, super busted. Yeah, okay, tempo gainers, for sure, for sure. But also, if we had played, like, let's say we played queen a6 last move. If you had played queen, well, not here actually. Hold on a minute. Not that move. Here. If we had played queen a6 here, and white can't really avoid the queen trade, and then we take with the rook. So let's say here, here, here. Now I think we love not being castled. I think castling is, I mean, I think we're quite happy that we didn't castle. We're gonna play this and this or something, and I think we're gonna be quite happy with our uncastled king. Castling is a waste of time. I'm too busy attacking their king. Exactly, JK. That's what Diana's figured out. And I think because we've seen that she's sometimes a bit too reluctant to castle, maybe. We saw it in round 4, I think it was, where I think if she had just castled, she would have probably been winning against Valentina, instead of taking the pawn. She castled, and as she didn't castle and sort of paid the price, but now we're playing the French where castling is just no. We just don't castle here. She was too passive in round 3 and played for a draw. You mean against Andrea? Maybe a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I mean, she did get into this endgame where she doesn't take on b6. I think that going for the endgame and going for a draw strategy works out quite well. Okay, in the call in 15 minutes. Brilliant, brilliant, Luke. Okay, thank you for the follow, SSS Vignesh. Thank you for the follow. This is Diana's channel, so you won't usually see me here. You will see Diana. Diana's right now playing in the European Women's Chess Championships, and I'm providing some commentary. You're from India, okay. Hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well, all the way from India. What time is it in India right now? Maybe like 8 or something, or 9, maybe? I'm not really sure. Does India have more than one time zone? I'm also not sure about that, so maybe you can enlighten us. Ah, thank you, Einsteiny. That's very nice to say. I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming on my own channel, but I might be on Diana's channel a little bit. Maybe I'll make her do some study streams where we're actually playing serious or something. So yeah, maybe that's gonna happen. Maybe we can do some co-streams or whatever in the future. But we're just in Romania together now, so we don't usually see, like, we're not usually in the same location, so 17's gang. I mean, I can't call it the gang. I mean, that would be, I would just get my head ripped off. Cake. That's not, I mean, that's not an option. May I ask, what do you teach? What do you mean, Jivova? What do I teach? I'm not a teacher. I've taught chess. I was teaching chess yesterday to some kids, and I've taught chess to a few. Like I've been a bit of a, I've done a bit of chess teaching, and I've done some teaching in you know, like remedial teaching in high school, like for while I was a student. I've taught English and maths and chemistry. But I'm not a teacher, so yeah, just occasionally when I need some money. Who is the 17 everyone's talking about? That's me. That's me, Einsteiny. I am. Yeah, that's my name on Twitch. I haven't been on there for a little while, but seems like everybody's missing me in the chat side of things. I usually get banned quite often in this chat, so if you ever miss me, it's probably because I'm banned at the moment. Patrick, may I ask, what do you study and your profession? Age, address, etc. Well, you can have my life story. So I was studying law, and now I am going to be doing law and politics for the next bit of my life. And I'm from Germany, so I live in Germany right now. I've been studying in Freiburg. Now I'm going to be in Tübingen at the university there. Address, yes, go cool. I mean, that's as far as we can go with that, unfortunately. I dropped into law. I dropped out and in. I redropped. Because we have this stupid system in Germany where you have to do, well, it doesn't matter. I don't even want to talk about it. Dropped out and into law. The university's name, well, I was studying at the Albert Ludwigs University of Freiburg, and now starting in October, I'm going to be at the Eberhard Karls University in Tübingen. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're still thinking. Oh, and actually, we played Queen C7, and our opponent is still thinking. Well, our opponent, I say, but we mean Diana's opponent. Diana's opponent is still in the tank. Down to 20 minutes now. We have half an hour advantage on the clock, which is unheard of for Diana. She's always down on time, usually. But apparently this thing that Diana's played has really thrown her opponent off a little bit, which is nice to see. Yeah, it was quite funny. I mean, maybe just wanted to take me out on a date or something. Pick me up when I'm back home. I get a feeling you're doing a profile on me, Javova. Are you going to? Are you some sort of spy? I wonder. Maybe under police supervision or something. I guess this is the thing when you're in the Darlings gang. Always have to be scared of the man coming after you. Okay, B4. I can see B4 has been played. I mean, interesting. Wait, no, that's not the position. Never mind, I'm sorry. That is not the position. We were playing Queen C7. And here she played B4. Fascinating. So what if we take it? Let's just see. C takes, and then what? I guess the point is that we shouldn't be taking this pawn, because then we're going to lose something. I guess if we take here, we're gonna lose our bishop after queen b5 check. So that wouldn't be good. So I imagine that taking isn't the greatest choice. because at least if we leave the pawn here, it's going to be awkward after we develop our bishop, then we can always threaten to take it. Now this knight again has to stay in place to defend something. So from that standpoint, I'm a little bit confused about this move. So we can probably play bishop to b6, or actually, because that blocks our pawn and we want to develop this bishop eventually, maybe we play bishop a7. I mean, we could also drop it back to e7. I don't know about queen 7 not being good. I don't necessarily agree. I don't think b4 is a problem. I don't think it's a problem, because after all, after we move the bishop, I mean, this pawn is still being attacked, so similar situation. I think we like this diagonal though, and I think bishop a7 seems more attractive than bishop e7. So I would be thinking that bishop a7 is the natural move. We can also trade first and then play bishop a7 or e7. But I think we don't want to do that, because I mean, that just makes it much easier for this bishop to get a reasonable diagonal. I mean, there's a pawn there now, but I think it's much happier than on f4. So I think here bishop b2, and I think this would be an achievement for white compared to the position we had before. So I don't think we want to take the pawn. And we want to move the bishop to one of these squares. What do you guys think? Where are we going to move the bishop? a7 or e7? What are we thinking? It was a grip on the a7 g1. Somehow bishop c8 should come to play. Yeah, I mean, this bishop should definitely come to play, but I think the way it wants to go into the game is by b6 and bishop a6, and not by bishop d7. If I had to guess, because it's hard to like bring the bishop to a reasonable diagonal still, even if you have it on d7. Like, it's a pseudo developing move. Okay, bishop a7 played. I think we like to see that a lot. I think that's looking good. I like that. There we go, b4. I'm not sure if b4 is a great move. I mean, this is sort of weak. This knight has some duties to do here, and I don't think we want to push, because our... Well, actually, I mean, let's see. What happens if here, and if we take, and bishop here? What about this? Oh no, we can't just take. We can just take with the queen, can't we? So that doesn't actually work, because the queen's under attack, and if we take here, this works, and if we move the queen, then we move the queen back, and we just lost a piece. So that's no good. I'll have to watch football. Might be back later. Yeah. Okay. Go. Cool. See you later. Maybe. Especially if Diana wins, we want to see you at the victory party. Definitely need you at the victory party. Okay, so this probably wouldn't be good for black. So what does black do here? I mean, f6 looks a little bit loose. I mean, we're opening this square. Let's say, I don't know, knight here maybe. I mean, this looks a bit scary, but at least we're up a very crucial pawn, and if we get into any sort of endgame... What do you mean this is much better for white now, Marco? Like this position? I don't think this is better for white. I think it looks a bit scary for black, but I don't actually believe that there's anything here for Like, let's say king f7, just to control this g6 square. Thank you, Goku. See you later, see you later. These pieces start to work, but like, what are they working at? Like this bishop, I mean, this diagonal isn't actually, there's actually nothing there. Whereas our bishop can take this knight at any time as soon as we unpin. We can maybe even do something like this. We can play b6 and activate our bishop. I think there's actually not really an immediate problem here for black, and we still have our own attacking ideas as well. You have time? What do you mean? ZWX? You mean the time for the players? You can see it on the small board, but if you can't, I can tell you that Diana has 47 minutes and her opponent has 16. Oh yeah, I have time. Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, I don't have to teach any classes today, so I will have time until the game is finished. May I please ask what is written on the wall? Well, all sorts of things are written on the wall. Maybe if you go on the Discord, we'll maybe post a picture of the wall. There are a lot of messages on there. A lot of messages. So it's definitely some very nice drawings on there as well. A very cool design choice here. The weakness of a5 is showing itself now. Thekata, I'm worried about you. You seem to be a little bit obsessed with this a5 move. Where is the weakness of a5? I didn't see it. Also, this is not the position, so let's just go back not to confuse people. The position is this one here. This is the position. Oh, actually, move was played rook e1, rook to e1. Now we could even think of playing bishop b8 and bring in additional attacker. And now I think one thing that our opponent wanted to do when playing b4, I imagine at least, is bring this bishop to b2, where it's defending this pawn from a nicer diagonal. So imagine if we had taken on b4, let's say we would have played this, and then she gets to defend the pawn like this. This is much more convenient for white, but now we still have a pawn on c3, so this wouldn't be possible. So if we played no, not the main line. Hold on a second. If we played rook b8 now, white would have to play this, and then this pawn structure looks a bit pointless. Why did we play these moves? Not entirely clear. I think I would like this development if we can force the bishop to go to this slightly awkward square. And then we have all the time in the world to do whatever we want to develop, I would think. Oh, actually, we could also just play this, and the pawn is pinned. Now that I think about it. Oh, bishop b8 was played. Brilliant. I love this. Diana's blitzing things out. She's playing really quickly. I hope she doesn't miss anything in this way. But for now, I really like the moves she's playing. And I guess maybe just thinking on her opponent's time and just figuring out her moves ahead of time. Maybe she isn't surprised by any of the moves her opponent's playing. And I think bishop b8 makes a lot of sense. You don't think black wants to capture the pawn until development is complete? Okay, maybe. But do you think that, isn't it really, really dangerous for white to give up this particular pawn? Because, I mean, imagine if it gets captured, then you're having all sorts of mating ideas with this battery, and the pawns are already far advanced. Like, let's say you give the pawn now, you don't play bishop f4. What do you play if not bishop f4? Piccata. Also, just come on the call and you can describe it to me if you have time. I'll just already invite you to study for the time you come on. b5 and c4 looks dangerous. b5, really. So b5. You can just take with the queen, can't you? Like you're threatening this, and then queen trade, and you're fine. I think. I don't think you have time necessarily to take with the knight. I think that's a good point by Luke. I think if you take with the knight, then it gets, it gets a little bit dodgy maybe. If white can rip open the position in some way. Although, it must be said that you still have these discoveries you have to evaluate as white. You might still always be in danger of getting mated. You definitely don't have bishop f4 now, I think, because of knight f3 check. And queen takes f3, queen takes, queen takes, queen takes, and then you're just going to be down a pawn and you're going to be dead, I think. Especially because black isn't even castled, so black already has their king active. And black's going to play this, or maybe this, I don't know. But I think this should be good. Maybe this position is okay, but at a glance, it is not really a position I'm looking for when I play the French. Yeah, well, that might be true. You as a French player, a careful, calm, collected French player wouldn't maybe like this position so much. Okay, so her opponent's thinking after bishop b8, and I love the time management. This game, Diana has 45 minutes to her opponent's 11, and I think she is in some real trouble here. And let's say, okay, I think one game has finished so far in the tournament. Actually, I'm just curious to look at them. We can just look at on the small board. I'll just show one game that's already completed, because I'm always curious about games that finish quickly. Yesterday, one game finished with one player having more time than what she started with. It was actually Valentina Verbin, Diana's friend that she played in round 4. Okay, Luke's calling in. Well, let me see. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Stream, can you hear him as well? Stockfish is calling. Yes, Stockfish is calling. Hang up on him, put your shades on, and tell us the Thug Life chose you.
Let me open the study.
I shall do that.
Yeah, I think this position is probably fine because we have enough tactics to back everything up. But like in general, I think you really don't want to be playing a5 ever like this in French.
Okay, really?
It's, yeah, like these positions where white gets to play b5 and a4 are like really bad for you normally.
Okay. I guess
it's very hard to do anything with our bishop ever in that case.
Yeah, okay.
And then c4 will come eventually, and like especially in this position where our g pawn and h pawn are so forward, like our king is going to be chopped up and put in the oven,
right,
200 degrees for 40 minutes. And,
yeah, that's true.
But I think maybe in this position, because this weird knight is on c2 and the bishop is on b1, and the rook on a1, like white's pieces aren't really set up properly. Maybe it's okay. Definitely before a5, I was loving the position. I think at a5 is the sync working? If I do that, did it work?
I don't. Oh wait, you aren't contributor yet. Let me just turn it on real quick.
Yeah. So let's say I go. Does that work? Oh, hold on. Sync. All right, and then here.
Yes. Okay. Now it's working. Yeah.
Yeah. So here, like, I think after c4, black is like doing incredibly well.
Chug life also works. Yes,
Yeah.
that's true, Einstein. Chug life for the
this to me looks like an advanced French, the a3 variation, where this happens anyway. Black spends a lot of time stopping white from making anything on the queen side. And then we go for this push, right? Well, in this position, we already have these in. We're ahead in development, and now we can start like reorganizing the pieces. So, for example, like knight f8 to g6, bishop d7, castles, rook g8, and queen d8 in some order. No, I don't know. Obviously, white has lots of moves there, so we have to be very precise. But to me, that looks like a really good plan. I don't a5 is like I was saying, like not really a French player's move. I feel like this is.
Yeah.
I don't think many people who play these positions would be thinking about a5 here.
All right. Okay. Well, that's interesting insight at least.
Yeah.
Because I mean, for me,
all the French lines I play anyway, I wouldn't. a5 is very rarely played. The only time we're ever playing a5 is like in a King's Indian, where we go b4, b5, a5, b4, a4. And in like some Steinitz variations where we go a6, b4, and then a6, b5, b4, and then a5 and bishop a6. But never really a4 first, because a5 first, it's very difficult for us to make progress on the queen side after that. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because for me, as a non-French player, a5 seemed really logical.
Yeah, it looks kind of. French is this very weird opening where you have all these lines that look very good for one side and end up not being good at all. And then that can happen for both, where like the position optically looks incredible for white, but you turn the engine on and it's giving like zero, like minus 0.8 or something for black.
Right. Yeah.
Like, if you want to play the French well, there's you got to do a lot of work with the computer, because you got to find a lot of these kind of deep defensive ideas to not get mated.
That's also why I was a bit scary. I was a bit scared for Diana. Like, she just this morning she was talking to someone and they were like, "Okay, how about you play the French?" There's this line that her opponent usually plays this stuff, and then this is going to end up in the board.
The line she picked I think it's really good. This is a strange. I don't play bishop e7 here. I go for knight f6, and you end up going down a very forcing line. Basically, there's only kind of two variations you can get to. So here, white has a choice of knight f3 or knight e2. And then after knight e2, you take, and go f6, and then they have a choice of taking a knight f4, and all these variations end up just being very long, forcing lines.
Right.
So, it kind of minimizes the prep, and then you can basically, instead of having to learn off this stuff, you can start studying the position on like move 20, right, when the theory ends.
Right, yeah.
So that's how I like to play against knight e2 French. But this line, I mean, I might have to have a look at this line. Looks really nice. I mean, yeah, like you're not letting e5 come with tempi, and yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. I like g4. G5 is a really thematic idea in lots of French variations, especially in the lines where the pawn is on f4. Constant plan. But yeah, I mean, white kind of just it's like they're setting the board up again for the next game.
Yeah, they went back.
Yeah, queen b6, knight b3 I think is a really bad move. But I mean, how to defend d4, like I guess it's the only move, right? So maybe it's not bad. But like it just looks to me looks really bad after c4. Like I love Black's position here as a French player,
Yeah,
but
that's
maybe
Jake
it's
Cake is saying. Her opponent's down to 6 minutes. Played bishop f4 eventually.
yeah. We'll go back to the actual position. I definitely as well. Actually, one more thing to say. Queen c7 as well is also I think not a good move, but I think it turned out well in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe
So
it was
what would you
okay.
have played? What would you have played
Here,
then as
here,
white
if I'm
after queen
rerouting the
c7?
queen, if I'm rerouting the queen, I want to go to d8, right? So here I want to go bishop d7, long castle, rook g8, queen d8, bring the queen over here and go for an attack over here and play it kind of like an advanced, right?
Okay, so why isn't it
maybe
still better to go queen c7 then, even if you do want to?
because I want to put my queen out here, like on this diagonal, right? And I want to maybe play f6 at some point.
Okay.
I guess if we go queen c7 and f6, we can come here. So maybe this position isn't exactly a typical French, and it's a bad idea to you know use these heuristics, let's say,
Yeah.
for this position. But like, yeah, again, just like looking at it, queen c7 seems a bit odd to me. Where normally in these positions, I want to bring the queen back to d8, right? So
yeah. Okay, but anyway.
Normally,
yeah, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Basically, normally we should never be getting this e-pawn, right? We never should be getting this. So queen c7 is often kind of a wasteful move because we have to go back to d8 anyway.
But how do you
okay.
defend it without like giving up some stuff? I guess before was maybe giving Diana some time to reroute the bishop a7.
Yeah, b4 maybe also not super accurate.
Yeah.
Like you definitely want to play this move at some point.
Yeah.
But maybe not straight away. Maybe just rook e1 and try to, put the bishop here maybe or something.
Maybe get ahead of all these. Because I guess the common wisdom would be like, even without calculating concretely, like all your pieces are like still sort of undeveloped. And maybe you don't want to play something like b4 in that kind of situation.
Yeah. I mean, here I'm like thinking, like, how can I plot this knight in on d4, basically? The knight is not very well placed on c2.
Yeah.
So I think b4 early might have been a bit rash, but I'm not so sure. I mean, it's definitely, we're in a kind of a very strange French position because these two moves.
Maybe she just
like
expected Diana to take, and then.
Yeah, maybe it was a bit of lazy calculation.
Yeah.
Because now suddenly I think, yeah, you maybe, like I was saying in the chat, generally, we don't want to go after this e-pawn like this when our king is very exposed, right? We're going to get a lot of pressure down these files. But maybe because of all of these tactics with like knight f3 and stuff, maybe we can get away with it.
Very strange.
So yeah, I think this plan is probably correct.
So her opponent,
because of these tactics.
So her opponent went for this stuff, basically giving up a pawn, I guess.
Yeah.
f6 and knight d4.
Knight d4 makes sense to me, if you're gonna go for this whole line.
And I guess now you'll have to take. I think you'll have to take with the knight, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, now white's pieces are gonna become very active, so.
Yeah, but I was thinking earlier. Well, I guess maybe this is a bit of an improved move order, because we had a slightly different move order, and then we could play king f7 before the bishop came in.
Yeah.
But here,
I mean, now, if you go king f7, maybe I can take on f6 and sack my bishop, but it's a bit scary. No, I don't think you can ever sack this bishop, actually. Sorry, that's nonsense. Because we have this battery. Like, this bishop being on b8 is also so strange to me. Like, this never happens either in a French.
Yeah, but it's actually a beautiful battery, especially with your pawns this far up. So
it's actually, like, quite usable in this position.
Yeah.
You're
always threatening all sorts of things. You're always threatening all sorts of things when your knight's on e5, even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the knight is also coming into b5, so that's something we have to be worried about as well. Like another I just
maybe queen g7 then.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Well, I think if we can give this check first, we'll give this check every time. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. White Black has to play very precisely here, but we do have 40 minutes, so
Yeah, let's just maybe put some things on the board after knight takes.
yeah. So knight takes.
I mean, I guess we want to do the check. We want to give the check.
Probably. I mean, when do we want to give the check is maybe important. So
Mm-hmm.
let's have a think here for a sec. So yeah, taking is nonsense, right? We just take with the queen. No, taking with the queen lose to this check.
Yeah. That doesn't work, so we have to take with the pawn.
Yeah.
But I mean, we don't mind it.
Yeah, I mean this.
This looks lovely.
bishop. Yeah, this check is gonna happen. Where are we putting our king on? Like e7, I guess.
I don't see much of a difference, but
Yeah.
maybe so. Yeah. Not blocking anything.
Yeah. And let's say knight b5. We can just move our queen like somewhere, like queen c6.
c4 maybe. Yeah, okay, that works.
I don't think we want to go to c4. We want to keep our pawn on d5.
Well, I was just
Yeah,
thinking. I mean, if we
yeah.
trade the queens and we're just up this sort of queen pawn and our king's active, we have the bishop pair.
Yeah, I guess so. It's a very very strange French position for sure.
Yeah.
Not something I would be accustomed to. Oh, she's played knight takes on the board.
Okay, brilliant.
And
her opponent's still very low on time.
Yeah, I think she's
like
trying
this.
to pressure the clock a bit.
Yeah, I hope she doesn't overdo it though. Like,
yeah,
don't want to pressure your opponent and miss something.
Sometimes I think.
Hello. Luke just died there on us, maybe. A little bit.
Did the stream die there? What happened? Oh, no, my
maybe
flagged.
Okay, maybe it was the stream or maybe it was your side. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe Black is just doing very well here.
Is the stream fine, chat? Is everything good?
Yeah, I think it's good now. It just froze for me there, and I couldn't hear you for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe Black is just better here. Though of course we got to play pretty precisely here, and pretty good chance White is gonna go for the nuclear option here. 20 moves to make in 4 minutes is not easy.
Yeah, definitely. In this position, I mean, lots to think about.
I'm very confident about Diana's winning chances, right?
Wait, she took bishop takes.
Bishop.
That seems wrong. So let's just hope Diana doesn't blunder her queen.
So if queen takes, queen check, bishop d7. I mean, this is probably fine.
Oh, okay. Well. Oh,
maybe.
Right. Okay.
I thought this was losing the queen for some reason, but maybe it's fine because we're threatening mate, right? So, oh well, I give this check now in between.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the king moves, I can probably just take here, and you're in trouble because I'm threatening rook takes e6.
Right. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's cute tactics.
Yeah. Now Black. Well, I guess I can come here, right?
But I mean, if Diana sees this check, then I think. Oh yeah, she already took with the pawn. Brilliant, of course.
Okay.
Wouldn't fall for something.
I mean,
like this.
yeah. Your first instinct is you see that check, and you're like, I'm just not gonna even bother. Worrying about it, right? So
yeah, I agree.
Oh, someone said there was knight c6 there as well. After knight c6 is also a threat,
knight
right?
c6.
So this is bad. Yeah. So taking with the queen is inviting trouble.
Yeah, we don't want that. No reason. But this, I mean, this must be very good for Black. I mean, there's still some danger, of course.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think this position maybe favors Diana because most players would probably calculate for 10 minutes before deciding to open their king up like this. where Diana will just do it without even thinking about it. So
Oh,
you
and
know,
Stanny, I said remedial teachings, like tutoring. I just didn't think of the word tutoring at that point. I don't know. I meant remedial, but yeah. Sorry. Okay, Luke, keep going.
yeah, I mean, this position again probably favors the way Diana likes to play. Because she'll just bang the moves out without thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I always get worried when she plays so quickly, but I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean, her opponent's down to 2 minutes. Like, I mean, you know,
yeah, for sure.
I think what is going to happen here is that Diana's opponent is going to do something pretty rash, and then Diana will just be completely winning, and then she has 40 minutes to figure it out, so
Yeah,
shouldn't be so hard.
yeah, definitely a very dominant game there. But yeah, I think opening opening worked out very nicely.
I mean, Burn off the top here in the chat, who I believe is a very strong Croatian player. You know, I met him once in 2011. We played a tournament in Croatia. It was very strong, and he told me that I should never castle. And at the time, I was kind of like, I don't know, but I mean, you know, he's like 2450, so
Oh,
you know,
well,
he's a very strong player.
probably got a point then.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop g6, king f8. King f8, okay.
King f8 was played.
Yeah.
Maybe not the king move I would go for, but
Yeah, same, but like instinctually, that doesn't seem like the one, but maybe
yeah.
it just doesn't matter. Or maybe there's some advantage to it. I thought king e7 looked more natural, but
Yeah, I mean, I guess now, like, if you ever get to move your b pawn and go rook a7, your king is very safe.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like, where's this knight going? I guess is the problem.
Where's the knight going? Can still go to b5, but or to b3. b3.
Yeah,
Pawn signing, of course.
I mean, you got to deal with
b5
this
is
knight. You never really have time to play c4, I guess. If we go knight c3 or knight b3, what's happening here? I guess I can just play e4.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
e4 and say, well, what are you doing?
e4 and queen here. And
yeah, point out this
my
position
pieces
is
are
silly.
fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen
Also,
e5
you're
also.
threatening h2, so.
Yeah. Okay, they played knight b5. Yeah, I don't know how much analysis we'll be able to do for every move because Diana's opponent's very low on time. So we'll try to keep up with the current position.
I guess we
So
had this
knight
position on the
b5,
board earlier, didn't we? Or is very similar?
kind of slightly similar, but different move order, I think.
Yeah, slightly similar. Yeah.
So yeah, like queen g7 comes to mind pretty easily.
Yeah, queen g7
Has a
makes
pretty
a lot
good
of
move.
sense.
Yeah. Queen g7, let's say bishop c2 and bishop d7 maybe. And you know, I guess we have to be a bit worried about c4 at some point, but again, I think we're okay here.
Yeah.
I don't think white ever has time to open up the f file either without like getting mated themselves. So you know, in some lines as well, we could maybe even go rook e6 and try and oh, I didn't mean to play that. Rook a6 and try and defend along the sixth rank, right? So yeah. Yeah, I like black's position now. I mean, this I mean, white has activated their pieces, but we have this amazing center, and if we can just not get mated, I think we're pretty good. And
Yeah, we're up a pawn. We
yeah,
have a
queen
nice
g7
center.
was
We have the
played.
bishop pair.
Queen g7, bishop c2 was played.
And they're blitzing now, basically.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you just reorganize your pieces as black here, I think. You know, I don't think you ever want to take on b4 still. I don't want to open the c file up. it's also kind of keeping this rook on a1 a little pinned down, right? If we go bishop d7 and the rook goes to c1, for example, you know, maybe we can chop and then activate our rook, and yeah, suddenly
Yeah.
we have a lot of play. I mean, this again looks a bit risky, but we're up so much material. If we can just survive, the game is over. So
Yeah, I think this this another one where Diana
yeah,
just needs to convert. We have had a couple of those. Well, I mean, not too many, but like, let's say
yeah.
this is the third one. Let's say maybe.
I mean, I hope Diana doesn't get a bit like. I mean, maybe you can even go like something like h4, e4, e5, and just try activate all your bishops.
Yeah.
You know, actually, yeah, that kind of looks. Now that looks like a French plan to me. Like going e4, e5, rook a6, rook over here.
Mm-hmm.
That's more in line with what a French player would be thinking about, right? So,
If
but
you
yeah, I
say
mean,
so.
obviously, h4 looks a bit tasty as well, right? But maybe I just want to develop my pieces here.
Yeah, I think h4 doesn't seem like it's necessary just yet. Like, I don't think we need to rush it, maybe, but
White would have c4, but I mean, we'll just go h4, right? And
I mean, if we know we're mating them, but do we know
yeah.
that?
No, but it looks nice. I mean,
No, but it looks nice. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I can't see White playing this position with any accuracy with 3 minutes left. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just,
that's true, of course.
like
It's
we start
very
an attack
dangerous.
here and mobilize the pieces. Yeah, so these long boys here on c8 and d8 are like, we have the long boy pair, which is obviously very strong.
Those long boys.
And if we can ever like play e4 and maybe e5 at a certain point later, we have a lot of attack on the king, right? So again, it's kind of a matter of how you want to go about this position. Like this knight on b5 is a bit misplaced. It's, you know, it wanted to live on this nice d4 square, but you know, now we have a pawn on e5, so
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a few options here. I guess bishop d7 is probably the most simple one. Just develop a piece, I guess. But
Yeah,
maybe the
bishop
bishop is
d7.
actually bishop d7 was played. Okay, maybe I was thinking maybe the bishop is okay on c8. Like maybe it's doing its job, and we can just go h4 and g6, or h4 and g3, and kind of blow the king up.
Yeah, I probably could have done that as
Yeah.
well. I
Yeah,
mean, e4,
maybe the
I would have
idea.
liked bishop d7, I like as well.
Yeah, maybe the idea now is to capture the knight and go e4, give up the bishop pair, but now our bishop is a god on these two diagonals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And our pawns in the center are shutting down White's bishop from ever interacting with the defense.
Yeah.
I know, and our queen kind of holds everything together, I guess. Like it defends here, but yeah, I mean, you gotta. Maybe Dana will do it without thinking, but I would be definitely trying to calculate some lines here and try to work it out. Like, I mean, if we're attacking the king, bringing the queen over to b5 must be good for us, right? So.
Mm-hmm. All our pawns are on light squares. If we trade off our light square bishop for their knight, arguably the more effective piece for black, is it worth losing the bishop here? Yeah, I mean,
a4 played.
a4. Okay, interesting.
Interesting move. Yeah, now I really like e5 or e4.
Yeah.
Or h4 as well, right? All these moves are fine. I think we want to get something going over here. And maybe there was a good argument to leave the bishop on c8 because it's doing its job already. But bishop d7 can't be a bad move.
No, it can't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's White doing here? What's White's plan here? Not get checkmated?
Yeah, I mean, hope and pray. I'm not exactly sure what White's doing.
So we had captures, and e4. Okay.
Wow, Diana's playing so quickly, and
yeah. So now there's a lot of things being threatened, and you also are very happy to go and just swap everything off here and have a winning
exactly
because you have this pass d pawn.
So she played rook a to d1.
Rook A D1. Okay. Uh. Okay.
Not exactly sure. I mean, I guess capturing nicely prevented
Yeah.
anything on the C file.
So now we can just go H4, I think. I would like to include my rook, but maybe that's for later. This is a little surprise tool that will help us later on A8. Come
Surprise
to
too.
A6 at some point. So yeah, maybe we can just go H4 and we have enough pieces. I'm trying to see how black organizes the defense here.
Yeah, I mean,
white.
if I look at it, maybe we can even just play like Queen E5 first, and then force something like G6,
so
and then play the key, bring the queen back.
So
to G7
we do
right
have to
away.
be careful about this pin on the bishop, right? So like bishop takes us. Well, no, this is checkmate. So.
Yeah.
Once the checkmate threat is dealt with, I guess.
You also have captures on the knight intermediately for now, I think.
Yes, we do actually. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, maybe Queen E5, and then like, is Black forced to play G6 here? Or G3?
I mean, yeah, then.
And then H4. So like, if we take, they're gonna take with the F pawn. A lot of calculations to do here. Like if, yeah, they kind of have like if they take here,
yeah,
on E4.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, can we take on G6? Is this allowed? Bishop takes H2, I think, would be a little too adventurous. Without calculating anything, but we'll have a look at it in a second.
Yeah.
I mean,
that would maybe like you would maybe want to spend all your time there, your 30 minutes, yeah. But I'm not sure you even want to, because this position is so obviously great that you don't.
Yeah, I mean, you also kind of don't want to. One thing you want to avoid when your opponent has so little time is giving them a position where they only have one move to make, right? So if we force our opponent down a very narrow path, they'll survive, unless we know for a fact it's winning, right? So we want to play moves probably more like H4, where there's no immediate good move, right? Where Queen E5, there's an immediately, you have to play G3, right? You don't even calculate it. You play G3, and if you're lost, you're lost. Right? So.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, so bishop takes H2 is interesting. My initial thought is that it doesn't work.
Yeah, okay.
Like, if king takes, are you playing like G6 check and F4? Is that the idea?
I mean, you have to take with the F1 probably.
Yeah, and then go like this. I mean, this probably seems bad, right? You're opening up the F file. It's probably not a good idea. Also, they don't have to take, right?
Queen F2 check and then take the H pawn as well.
Yeah. No, you probably have to take. If you move the king here, then you're definitely getting checkmated, right?
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah. But good idea, Waterford. That's always a good thing to be looking out for, especially in these positions. But I think just going... Okay, Diana played H5. Very nice.
I'd give him a solid 8 out of 10. Yeah, not bad for the top quantity.
Give him a solid 8 out of 10. Oh, that was a good one. Yeah, I like H4, especially from a like winning the game perspective, not an optimal move perspective, right? This looks, you know, you're kind of crying here as white. Sorry. So G3 is played.
Wait, so what was the move? Sorry, Queen E5.
So H4.
Oh, H4.
H4 G3 was on the board.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I mean, this must be completely dead, surely.
I guess we have to be careful about the queen capturing on G4. That's like our only kind of worry, right? So.
Yeah. So I guess H takes and then F takes, maybe.
F takes, H takes.
Then we, I don't know, do we take the knight at some point just to prevent tactics?
So knight, so we can take here. I mean, this bishop is probably our worst piece, and we want our bishop now to go to this diagonal, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
are there any intermezzos that we care about? Probably not. So like queen takes here.
Yeah,
We give
bishop
this check.
a7. It can't go to the f file, so.
I also feel like rook takes
Aren't you
f2,
getting
rook takes h2 might work, maybe.
rook takes h2? Well, you do have
So
the
like
g2
rook takes
square.
h2. If king takes, like check, king here, check, and then check.
Uh-huh.
Is this working?
Let me see.
Obviously, they don't have to take, but like.
Yeah. Maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe there's some intermediate stuff.
Yeah, maybe you have this check. But like this check has to be good for us, right? Because now they don't have f1 to go to, right? So like king just comes to e7. I guess you have this check now, but I mean.
You have also queen takes b7. And then
Oh, you
you're
queen
dead.
takes b7, right? Yeah.
You're
So
dead.
this check, does this do anything? Rook f7. Okay, maybe we can't play rook takes h2 straight away.
Yeah.
But it's an idea.
Yeah, definitely an idea. And your opponent, I guess, at this point they can't calculate this, or they just have to hope that it doesn't work.
Because yeah, this is a pretty strong idea, I think, of bringing the queen to h3 and going bishop a7 check, and then maybe you can even bring the rook in, right? Like imagine if our king was on g8 here. I think if our king was on g8, this would be easy. What are these arrows doing? If our king was on g8 here, then I think rook takes h2 would be very strong, right? Because the rook will also come to f8 after bishop check, right? So
yeah, for sure. And I think you lock in the king, and then that must be death.
Yeah. Also, someone said in the chat that you don't have to take on g3, right? So
you don't have to. No, for sure.
That's a good point. Yeah. Also,
actually, she already played it.
e7.
It's already played.
It's
H
played.
takes, F takes was played.
F takes. Okay.
Now Diana's move again. Take the knight, avoid take tax. JK says.
Yeah. I mean that's kind of this diagonal is so juicy, right? This is the diagonal I want to be playing on.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of
So
annoying.
maybe we
Bishop's
just
terrible.
take and give this check straight away, right? Maybe that's the play.
Yeah.
So like takes, queen takes. I give you this check.
Like we still haven't figured out what to do with the king even.
Yeah. So now if the king has to come to f1, right? If the king comes here, then this is just checkmate.
Exactly. This is checkmate.
Right. This is just checkmate. So
this is checkmate.
So the king has to go to f1. Yeah, and this has to be winning for.
Can you just checkmate him
yeah,
as
you just
well
have to be winning, right?
And
this has to be winning.
Oh, king g2.
Well, king g2 is the same again, right?
Yeah, okay, and this is also checkmate. This is maiden one.
King g2, then yeah, this looks. That's just checkmate immediately. Okay, so is this just forced to win?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it is. Well, actually, I mean, maybe you can take with the a pawn.
Take with the a pawn and give it this check.
It's hopeless, surely.
Yeah. Okay, so now you can go to h1, right?
Yeah.
The queen is covering.
And
now, can I just play king e7?
Wait, sorry?
Can I just play king e7?
King e7? And then bring
the threat is that I'm going to go rook here and rook
Yes,
here.
I think you probably can. I imagine you can.
This position looks terrible for... Even if we just swapped queens here, I think black is still winning.
yeah. I mean, black is obviously also up material still.
Yeah. So yeah, I think taking with the pawn is kind of...
Resignation, yeah. Probably.
Yeah, taking with the pawn is... You have to calculate it, and maybe she'll just take with the queen, and then it'll be game over. So...
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, rook takes h2, definitely the a key idea here.
And I think bishop takes b5 is really
Okay,
the
bishop
move
takes
you want to play.
b5 played.
Okay,
Okay, here
and
we
this
go.
must
Here
be
we go.
this must be over.
Okay.
Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go, Diana. Well,
Winning with black in a French? I mean, it's impossible. Like,
First
it's never
game,
been done.
100% win rate with the French.
Never
by the
been
way.
done.
Career
Never
best.
been done. I only make a draw with my French.
Yeah. This is brilliant. Brilliant.
Okay, so queen takes is forced mate, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, win with black against a 2100 player is
Not
like
bad at all.
incredibly impressive.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it must be said the black player, like, she doesn't really play very much anymore, but like she plays Europeans, but not much else. But still, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Nor does Diana.
Yeah.
Diana isn't a
maybe black will
chess player.
White will just resign here, maybe.
Yeah, I would like that. Actually, I would like a mate on the board.
Pretty good chance White just resigns here, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. But still, I would like to see a nice mate like yesterday. Yesterday's mate was really cute.
Watch Diana play rook a2 after pawn takes. Watch, this will happen.
Yeah.
This is gonna happen on the board.
Probably.
That's a Diana move right there.
That is a Diana move.
Okay, I think opponent is only calculating here because they just realized that rook takes h2 is checkmate, so...
Yeah, I mean, he's probably gonna make some moves. I mean, there's no reason not to make a move and try. Maybe they.
I think at this level, after bishop takes, you can just resign. Like,
yeah, you can.
I mean, again, if you know Diana, I would never resign. But
wow, Luke. Just because she always says she's traumatized because of that game against you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I only played on because I knew I could win. Like.
Yeah.
She missed mate in 3 in that game. That was an incredibly bad quality game from both of us. Okay, opponent down to 20 seconds. I guess, you know, it's gonna... I mean, this is just over. Like, you can, you know, pack the bags. Let's go. Like,
maybe she'll just let her time go. That's also an option. Okay, she played a move.
She played pawn takes.
Okay, so she must have calculated.
But she figured out. Yeah. Okay, so what is the most precise continuation here? How do I promote this?
You right click and then...
Yeah, it must be bishop a6 has to be the move, right?
Bishop a7. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a few moves here. So let's say like king g2. King g2 you get mated.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, because I have this check.
Yeah, it's
and then this checkmate. So king g2 is checkmate.
It's a pretty checkmate again.
Oh, she played bishop a7. Let's go.
Okay. Let's hope she plays king g2.
King f1. I think I can just go king e7 again.
King h1 was played.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the only move. And now I think I can just go... Probably just go king e7, I think.
Yeah. King e7.
Now, if king e7, is there like b6 and queen b5? No, because as soon as you move the queen, I have rook takes.
Yeah,
and queen here check, and this is checkmate again, right?
Ah, so, beautiful. That's beautiful. She's gonna be really happy with herself after this one. She was even happy with herself after the last one, even though that was sort of a bit of a gift in the end, that it was a win.
So if king e7, someone in the chat said rook a1, which looks like a good move to me.
Rook a1.
That looks like a decent defense, I guess.
Okay.
And if I play rook takes, queen takes, rook here.
Yeah.
Rook takes. Rook takes.
This must be
this check.
You must be losing something.
You have to go here. If you come here, I give you a check and collect your rook. Is there a better check? I guess this one is also... Oh, no, you have rook a1. Okay.
You have rook takes b7.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that doesn't work. So rook a1 might be a good move.
Wait, okay, but let's figure that. It can't be...
Okay, king e7 was played. I mean, that looks like a very natural move.
Yeah.
And rook d2. Okay, that is a bad move. That's too passive.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to go rook h3. Or something like this. Well, we got to get this rook
Actually,
in the game.
you can also. How about this and you know,
Oh,
here, that kind of
yeah.
an approach.
So if we go here, the rook comes to d3. And now I play rook takes.
Yeah, now you can do it
Well, you
again.
can come here now, I guess, but it looks a bit
Ah, well, I
grim.
mean, you're losing your queen
Yeah.
for one thing, and then
Well, can you
this way
take
you're
with the
losing your
king in
king.
this? Can I take with the king in this line?
Um,
Probably not. No, I have this check and then the rook here, I guess.
yeah.
There's also, yeah, you don't have. Oh shit! What did I just do?
You can
Sorry.
do this.
Which line were we looking at? Sorry.
I think this is the one, yeah. No.
So not b6.
Okay, I'll let you
rook
make
rook d2 is played in the game. Okay,
Oh,
Diana
right.
went queen c3. Okay, that looks pretty strong
Yeah, you can trade off queens
because
even.
you cannot take here. Oh, well, definitely cannot take there, but you can't take on g4 because I take your rook.
Yeah. And even if she has to like play queen f3 check, that's still completely winning.
Yeah, queen f3 check is also just completely winning. Yeah.
Yeah.
So bishop takes e4. Okay, that's a scary move to see.
Okay, it just takes a bit of time and then it's
Yeah,
just
I
playing
mean,
some moves, I guess. No, just like okay, I can't.
well, now I'm a little worried.
Yeah,
Because rook
now.
c2 looks good. Maybe queen c3 was a bit hasty.
Okay, hold on. Okay, what if we take
So if
it?
we take,
Let's...
if we take rook c2. Oh no, you have this check.
Then we trade queens. Yeah, that must be winning.
Okay, so queen takes here.
Still, the same thing.
Still, just give this check, I guess.
Still must be winning. I mean, we're playing f2 and then
Yeah.
nothing.
Okay, we can also just take on g3 actually.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, forgot about that one.
Yeah, I mean everything must be
Bishop takes
so
here.
good. Rook takes, and then. Oh no, wait. Yeah, rook takes and then you queen takes and you take the rook and.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the other rook as well. So. Yeah.
This is beneath out. Okay, so that should be winning. So bishop takes e4 on the board. She took back. Okay.
I don't like
Maybe
that you
not.
played this so quickly. I really don't like that you played this so quickly.
I think you have to look at this one, right? Is there any other moves here? The queen can't move. Like you can't. The rook is hanging, right?
But maybe you should just figure it out.
What if you play rook?
She's a genius.
What if you play rook g8? No, rook g8 doesn't work. You have the bishop.
Yeah.
Rook f8. Does that do something?
Rook f8. Or what do you mean?
If rook f1.
Rook f8.
Rook f8. This one?
You said rook f8, no?
No.
Oh.
Oh, there's also bishop g2 would be very bad.
Yeah.
If rook f1 here. Do we have something good?
Hmm.
Do we need something good? Can we just take and win the ending?
Probably we can do that most times, but this maybe not quite as clear as the other ones.
Okay, so in the game we have queen takes here. And now queen f3 should probably just be winning.
Yeah, queen f3 must be winning. I think maybe...
Yeah.
I hope she plays it now. She doesn't try to mate or something.
So if you give this...
Because what else can you do now? You're...
Well, no, this
then
is
you're
bad.
getting mated now. No, yeah. I think now she has to play queen f3.
Yeah.
Otherwise she's gonna be...
Yeah, okay. So I don't think they played this so accurately, but
she played it way too quickly.
Yeah.
God, but I mean, this must be a completely winning endgame, like as winning as it gets, because you can't do anything to stop the pawn from reaching f2. So it's absolutely winning.
Yeah. So queen here, you take, I take.
But we all know Diana's love for endgames. She likes her queen.
It's difficult to organize the rooks as well, right? So.
Yeah, nothing to be done here, I think.
Like, if you play rook here, I'll just push, right? And then,
yeah.
Like, how do you ever double the pawn? Like, I guess you can come here, but I mean, I'll just swap all the rooks.
Nothing helps. You're down a piece. I mean, you're down a piece, so.
Yeah. I'll just play rook here and rook here. Like, it's game over. Like,
Yeah, everything, yeah. I mean, this is a very simple win still, of course.
yeah,
She saw this, she just play queen f3 and collect the point.
yeah. So queen
This-
f3 is really simple. I hope she doesn't play queen takes g3.
I'm just
I think
count the
you have
material
to,
for a second and then
yeah, I think you have to play queen f3. It's the only move here.
Also,
probably.
you're getting like mated if you don't. So
Yeah, I think queen f3 is like the only move. Oh, queen f3. Can you go rook here? No, you
rook
can't
takes
because
h2,
you have
rook
rook
takes
takes
h2.
h2
Yeah.
and rook h8 check, and then queen here mate.
Let's check.
That's pretty nice.
And that would be a nice way to end it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that.
Diana might have missed, you know, a few nice wins here and there, but
Doesn't
you know
matter.
the point.
The
point
yeah.
at the end is all that matters.
God, the end game win just out of principle.
Yeah. I think here the only move that you can play is queen f2.
Yeah.
There's no rook takes. There's no rook takes h2
They
anymore.
might just be losing any other way.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we can try to figure out what happens if you take the rook. Maybe you're not getting mated. But
oh yeah, the rook's hanging. I didn't even think about hanging the rook here because I'm so focused on queen f3.
It's too scary. This must be like. I hope she's not calculating this because there's no point. And she might just try to get a mate, so we don't like that. She's like, okay, maybe we can escape. I mean, this and then this.
I think burn off the top with 23 minutes on the clock. I'm really comfortable here to just think about it for a few minutes. We're also about to reach the time control, so Diana effectively has 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And this endgame after queen f3 check.
Oh, she played it. Okay, she played it.
Okay, she played it.
Okay, pack it in. Now she can't.
Okay.
Nothing can happen
I think
anymore.
White can resign now.
Yeah, definitely.
But I know that Diana herself gets quite nervous in these positions when she's winning. She probably gets more nervous when she's winning than anything else.
Yeah, for sure.
Where, especially when I'm low on time, I mean, in this case, Diana has 24 minutes. I tend to stay quite calm myself and like relaxed and try to play as
still
try
playing
to play as. No, there's no flag. There's just delay. You can't flag when you only have one legal move.
She dirty flagged me in the classic game.
Yeah.
I didn't actually do this.
That's why I say that I would play on against Diana even in a lost position, because I know she gets a bit nervous.
Yeah. But okay, I mean this is
nothing, this is
nothing
really
to be messed up here.
Nothing can go wrong here, like.
Yeah, you would really have to try.
So Diana has her WFM from winning the World Schools Championships. So you get it. And she met the minimum rating requirement for the title, so she received the title. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, we're not off, exactly. Yeah, so f2, I mean, I don't think you can play rook takes, right? You're a rook down here, like this is not difficult to win. Also, I think WFM is only like 2100, which is not like out of Diana's grasp at all. Like, yeah, Diana's playing well. She plays very strong, you know. So she just has a bit of a consistency problem, right? If Diana was a more consistent player, she would be much stronger. Yeah, but we're talking about WFM. WFM is all the women's titles are 200 points below the minimum rating requirement. No, sorry. So the rating requirement for a title is different to the minimum rating requirement for a title. Because for an automatic title, you must have a minimum rating of a certain amount. So for example, if I win the World Championship match, like now, as a 1900, which obviously will never happen, but just hypothetically, if you don't have the GM title and you win the World Championship match, you're awarded the GM title. But if your rating is not above 2300, you can't receive the title until your rating is above 2300. Now, of course, that's a ludicrous scenario.
Also, you probably can't win the World Championships
Yeah.
with keeping your rating down like that.
Yeah, that'll never happen, but it's just an easy example, right? So,
Yeah, right, of course.
for example, if you win some of the interzonal tournaments in Africa, you get FM, but a lot of the ratings in Africa are quite deflated. So there was a lot of FMs who were like 1800, especially in South Africa. But now to claim the regular FM title, if you win a tournament, you must have 2100 at least to claim FM from an automatic title. Where before you just got the title straight away, there was no minimum requirement. So yeah, so I guess here you can just play Rook H5 and
I guess here you can play out anything, really.
yeah. Oh well, okay. Rook H5 was played, and Rook A2 was actually kind of annoying. I mean, I'll just collect. Oh no, you're threatening Rook takes pawn now.
Yeah,
Okay,
but you
maybe
can,
Rook H5 was actually
no,
inaccurate.
but it doesn't matter. I don't think you can just take the pawns.
Well, if you take the pawn, I'll take on F2, right?
Yeah, but then you take the rook and
I take the rook.
No, you take the rook. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and I move my bishop. Okay. Yeah, this is fine.
But I mean, okay, I don't agree with this rook H5. Doesn't really seem like the cleanest way.
Yeah, I overlooked Rook A2 there. So maybe a better move is just go Rook D8 first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think just open yourself.
Yeah, and put the bishop on D4 and play E5 and play B6, and you can never lose this position.
Yeah. I mean, okay, you can never. I mean, I don't think you need to do anything to.
Well, you can get checkmated, I guess. Like you definitely want to swap a pair of rooks. Swapping a pair of rooks here makes this very easy to win.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But okay, I don't like how she played this at all, of course, because
yeah, Rook H5. Okay, I thought Rook H5 was fine, but no, it's probably not good.
But it shouldn't matter.
Yeah,
it shouldn't matter. Just stay calm. Count the pieces, count the pawns, collect them, trade them off. You don't you like the f2 pawn, but you don't need the f2 pawn to win.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just take here and takes. I'll take rook.
And she couldn't have missed rook a2. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
It's the only thing you're worried about in this position.
Is there any moves annoying moves with the thing? No, your pawn. Everything is defended. Like the b4 pawn is gone, and then you're just up a clean bishop. Like, yeah, this is pretty simple, right? So, Diana needs to do right now is just calm down and relax, and remember that now we have to play nice principled chess, right? So. Yeah, what about you? Would you accept CM if you were 2200? Would you take it? I know some people don't like it.
Me? Well, I think I would, because I think some people say it's like a whatever cheap title or whatever, but I feel like I started chess so late. Like I started chess when I was like 22, or 23, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't. I would take any title I can get. So
yeah. I mean, I think I would take it as well, because you get cheaper entry fees. Actually, you don't get cheaper entry fees for CM, because CM is the only title that doesn't count for making norms. So you don't actually get any cheaper entry fees. FM is the real deal, because once you get FM, you get all the you get free entry to all the tournaments, right? So, and you get to play like Title Tuesday and stuff. So, FM, you start saving a lot of money playing tournaments. So.
Sorry, I just got a message. I was like, ugh.
No worries.
Got a weird message.
Yeah, but yeah, FM is FM would be the goal for me anyway. I mean, I'm kind of like I guess I was a little bit retired from playing, but I played that tournament last week, and now I'm very
feeling the motivation.
I feel like I could be 2300 if I just worked a little bit.
Well, let's go, Luke. Let's go.
So yeah, um, yeah, Diana should clean this position up pretty quickly. So
Yeah, I hope she does.
uh,
She could probably, I mean, I imagine she could also just put her rook back, so like, oops, no, never mind.
yeah, I mean, yeah, White has no play here, right? So
Yeah. Actually,
yeah, like the
I was
worst case
joking. I
scenario.
didn't mean to play rook h5. Sorry.
Yeah, the worst case you can play Rook H8, right? You can just come back
Yeah.
and you just be like, whoopsies, you know, like, oh well.
It's a bit weird. It's like, resign please now. Like, I can even just.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, Sunny, I tried to become, I guess you'd call it chess professional, but I mean, I was never even close to that. So, you know, I used to play like 100 FIDE games a year, trying to become a good player. Um, you know, playing like 3, 4, and 9 round tournaments in a row, like this sort of nonsense. Like, it's very tough. Like, you know,
That sounds
very okay.
rough.
She played Rook takes before, yeah.
I mean, I could
I was very
just.
lucky that I was able to do that. Like a lot of people can't do that. Like I was able to get time off school, and my parents supported me very much. So, but yeah, most people can't do that. Yeah, big time, big time. You know, playing chess just constantly all year round, you're fucking tired all the time.
Yeah, Diana's also like, when she comes here, it's just like, oh. she,
Yeah.
she definitely, it goes to the energy reserves.
Okay, Rook Rook AF1 was played, which we didn't really look at. uh,
Okay.
uh,
Okay, but you can play rook f5, I guess.
yeah, you can play Rook F5, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe Rook H5 was just inviting a lot of trouble, right? Like for no
Yeah,
reason.
nah, I'm not a big fan of it. Okay, she,
Uh,
hope she, I mean, she must be able to
wait,
figure
wait, wait,
this
wait,
out.
wait, wait, what? What? Okay, now it's just a draw, right? So
What?
now this is the draw.
No!
Yeah,
What?
this is just a draw now, right?
What's she doing? No! What?
Uh, this
No,
is just
no,
a
no,
clean draw now.
no! With
Yeah,
so much time on the clock. Oh my god.
yeah, this is yeah,
No.
yeah, this is just
Oh,
an easy draw for White now.
god, no, what?
I mean, not guaranteed draw, I guess, but like the other position was completely
Wait, is
winning, and
it?
now this is
I mean, rook b2 and.
so she took, take. I mean,
What? What is that? No. I guess she thought that her b pawn was fast or something, but.
yeah, this is a bit silly, I think. Okay, if you don't swap rooks here, it's definitely a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, this big mistake from Diana here, I think.
No, what? How did that happen? No, that's impossible not to win this endgame. Even in Blitz, she wins this.
Yeah,
Like in Bullet, she wins this. What? Like you win this against Magnus every day. What is this?
yeah. So Rook H5 not so accurate because of this. And here you can even just play Rook F5, like, and you
Yeah.
can't take because I take and you take and I checkmate you.
Oh
Uh,
no. What?
and let's say you push your pawn, like I'll just promote, right? And then you know we'll just swap everything off. And I can move my bishop now. Like I can go here. And yeah, okay, fine. We
Oh
swap some things
no.
off, but it's still winning for us.
These weak pawns is ready, yeah. Oh
Uh,
god. That's so painful. No.
yeah, I don't know
No, no,
why
no,
how
no.
you don't find Rook F5 here is
Uh,
maybe she thought this was winning for White or something. Or but I mean yeah, I can play yeah, maybe King F8 and Maybe
Oh.
king f1 and actually you're fine. Maybe you can just go king f1, yeah?
Wait a minute. You can go.
Yeah, so...
Rook h8 though. Rook h8.
Rook here, rook h8. I take.
And you take on h7. H2, I mean.
Take here.
And then you go king f6. Can't defend.
Yeah, that should work.
Ugh. Oh, no. Could have just gone back to h8 to avoid all this.
Yeah,
Or
rook.
bishop b6 or something. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, here just bishop b6 is game over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel sick. No.
Yeah, I mean...
No, 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 no.
I mean, I guess if we can run this e-pawn up the board, but like the rook just comes back to a1, and let's say we go e5, then rook f1.
Let's just hope she doesn't do anything really.
Yeah, I think you have to trade rooks
drastic.
on a7. I think.
Yeah, if you want to win, I think you have to.
Yeah. Okay, so rook a7 played, rook takes, and then rook
b2,
here.
I guess, yeah. But
oh, can you go queen takes and rook here and king here? Is this winning? Because the king is stuck.
I mean, maybe.
Now I play e5.
But this is definitely not what you wanted.
No, but I think this is still winning, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
You run the h-pawn?
Yeah, this is still winning.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so, because the king is stuck.
Because the
And you have
b-pawn
two
is so
pawns.
far backwards that eventually...
I know, but the king can never... We're like a piece up here,
Okay,
right?
but let's
Because
play.
our
Let's
king
play
is
it
so
for a
strong.
second. Let's play it for a second.
Okay. Well, I can't push my pawn. I gotta push my king.
Guess you can maybe...
I guess it's rook a8, right?
Rook a8, yeah.
Maybe I'll play b5 here. Nah, I should go king here, right? King here first. So I can get in here. Okay.
I mean, it's not easy.
No.
But no, I mean, this is not something...
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be going... You don't want to go for this
no.
at all. Like, there's no need. Anyway, rook b2 in the game. Okay, now we're threatening... Now we're threatening f1. And if you do play... If you get f1 check in here, then this is winning. If you get f1 check, this is definitely winning.
What do you mean?
Like, if black plays like rook... If white plays like rook a8 here, this is winning. Because the king is trapped. Then you'll pick up the pawn eventually. I mean, maybe you can do a Philidor here with white, but I don't think so.
I mean, I don't feel comfortable. I mean, I've looked at some of these Strickland games, and I think
white has drawing chances.
So often drawn. Like, if you play it properly, they're so often drawn.
Like, the rook just comes back to a1 here. Oh, wait, this is actually forcing, right? It's double check, so... We're gonna reach this position anyway, actually.
God.
Yeah, so h4 played the only move. I mean, even white has winning chances in some lines
She's
here.
gonna jump out the window if she doesn't win this game.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, h4 I think was the only move there, because rook a1, I forgot this was double check. So the rook can't take. Yeah, so like king f6. Yeah, no, this is just a draw.
Okay, but for now,
you're gonna have to collect these pawns. Oh, Dan is gonna be so angry.
Yeah. Oof. That's...
I mean, I guess you can try and get the spawn up the board, like, maybe, but like this is gonna take a lot of effort.
I mean, it's not easy to defend for white at all, like, if it's a draw.
No.
But
if you're not careful here, white will maybe win. So, you know.
okay, well, that would be... No, we don't even talk about that, Luke. We don't talk about this stuff here. Can't lose a piece up in an endgame.
You know, while we have this little intermission, I'm gonna just check how my fantasy football team is doing.
Okay. Oh no, I feel sick. I don't. Yeah, don't mention the war exactly. Don't mention the war. Oh. No, this is actually... I'm too depressed.
Yeah, it's a bit not where we want to be, right?
Too depressed. So king of 6.
Well, if we queening doesn't really do much for us right now,
Yeah, I
right?
think
Because we're not taking the
queening-
h1.
Queening seems like a draw offer.
Yeah. Oh, not rook a2. We would love to see rook
I
a2.
would love to see
Yeah,
that.
rook a3 and this is. Oh,
Why? I mean,
is Diana losing this king ending?
No. What? The b pawn's way too far away. Surely.
No, because Diana's king can never leave these two pawns.
Right,
because-
but like you have the e pawn and the b pawn. They're too far.
I know, but
apart.
let's say you play, I don't know, like let's say it's white's move here. Let's say like, okay, not a pawn move. Let's say play rook c7 or something. So like check.
Okay.
No,
You also don't have to
gets over
take.
here.
You don't have to
Yeah.
take the rook.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, if Diana's king ever gets stuck over here, you know, like actually, let's just say, yeah, here you take, I take, king here. Like if you come here, I suddenly have this one, right? And then, you know, if you come to collect the pawn.
No, but this must be a draw still.
I don't think these pawns are far away enough.
I think they are.
Diana, you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, if you push this one here, actually, yeah, I never pushed the b pawn. Yeah, no, you're right. Sorry. Talking some nonsense. Still important idea to consider.
Oh, fuck. What? Like, she plays so well all game. Like,
Yeah.
The tactics are so good all game, and then end game, switch flicks and craziness happens. It's as if calculation doesn't exist in the end game anymore.
Yeah.
That's another total giveaway. It's another game she's completely winning. And is maybe not going to win. But okay, I mean,
Yeah. I guess you have to be really careful. Yeah, but you have to be really careful here about moving our pawns, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Because there are some cases where if we move our pawns too much, and black and white ever swaps queens, we're probably losing. Because we can never eat these pawns, right?
Yeah.
So.
But okay, let's actually try this. Like, let's say we play b5.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess you want to win the pawn right away, or?
Yeah. So rook here. Okay, I'll take. And let's say we swap rooks, like just for argument's sake.
But aren't you winning here though? This seems winning for black. I think they're far enough away from each other.
Are they?
I'm pretty sure they are.
So what is black's plan? Like we come here, like your king is gonna be stuck. Like.
No, but you bring the king here, and you don't need the king.
Okay, I'll come here. Yeah, I guess they're just far enough away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm talking. Yeah, no, maybe they are far enough away. Actually, yeah, maybe 2 is enough.
Because here, and then you give a check. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you come here now,
Okay.
and the king comes in. The king comes
Yeah.
in, right? And
Yeah.
we don't
Yeah.
have time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm talking a bit of Fantasyland. If the pawns are maybe one square closer together, maybe. Well,
Mhm.
yeah. Okay. What is the actual position of the game? Rook A3 just been played. Okay.
I think if you maybe move it to the A and D files, then it might also not work. Because then the king maybe can support, but I'm not sure. Maybe you need an extra tempo then. I mean, it's close anyway. I mean, I don't think. Well, you say this can never be winning. I mean, did you mean the pawn end game? I think the pawn end game was actually winning for black, but okay, we're not sure. And this one, I imagine, is not winning, but we're still up a pawn for now. So if we just figured out that this is not, in fact, like if we say that this is actually a win for black, if with careful play, then we would have to say that white needs to do some really hard work to draw this, because I mean the pawns are gonna run up the board, like, and you're gonna have to do something at some point. Maybe you can just bounce the king around or something. You know, just like move the king or something. I don't know. It's hard to see what to do. No.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
I mean, I don't want white here, so
Yeah.
I don't give up hope yet. Like, I'm not giving up hope that we can. Not convinced that it's a draw yet. But this is definitely much more difficult than
I
it
don't know
needed,
what
ever
happened.
needed to be. Like rook f5 is cleanly winning.
Absolute disaster.
In actually even rook e5 should be winning, shouldn't it? Like rook e5 just not here. No, that's not the move. Even rook e5 should be winning, because if you take oh no, actually not take. You can't take here. You need to play rook e1, and then you'd still be winning, shouldn't you?
And if king takes, you have rook takes a1.
Yeah. Which I
And
mean,
if rook takes, you have mate. Yeah, that might have worked. Yeah. Very difficult position.
rook f5. Also, like, to avoid all complications, you can just put your rook back. Rook h8, rook rook h5, rook h8. That's okay. We don't need to look good when winning. We can just make the winning move. Play bishop b6, avoid all tactics, and you know, nobody cares how it looked, how we won, as long as we got the point. But
Yeah. Black definitely went wrong here. Oh wow, rook f3 on the board. Okay.
okay, king
Okay,
g6.
so that line we looked at a second ago.
I hope she does it. I think it's winning. At least there's hope.
Where was that line? So instead of there, we have b5, king g6.
Yeah. Let's just hope he takes it. Oh, please, please, please lose this.
I guess taking it is like our best chance at winning, but maybe Diana won't won't swap the rooks.
Yeah, that would be the safe way, I guess. You can't. I mean, I don't think you can ever lose it anyway.
Okay, rook e3, rook e3. Okay, opponent knows. Opponent knows anyway.
That's sad.
Oh, maybe this is just a draw from here, right?
Yeah.
We go king here, and they give a check. I guess we can go to e8, e8, e7.
Yeah.
This is, I guess rook e3 is a bit of a draw.
Man.
Rook e3 is definitely a bit of a draw offer, I think.
Yeah.
Because now if king g6, we can give this check again. And
God.
okay, king f5. Diana doesn't want to draw.
No, of course she doesn't. She doesn't. I think she'd rather shoot herself than give a draw, but I mean.
And you can't go g4 here. G4 seems insane.
Yeah, no. That's so upsetting. That's so upsetting. I mean, okay. And it can't go up because then rook e4, king h5, rook e4, and then you're gonna be like having to make a theoretical rook endgame draw.
Mm.
You know. I mean, at this point,
Duke
it's probably better
sometimes
for
sounds
red.
like Hikaru. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult.
Surely an insult. Okay, sorry, but ugh.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. It's
I mean,
pretty
she said
complicated
this
position.
morning she just wants to play some chess, no pressure, and even a loss is fine. But this is, I don't think
Okay.
this is fine. I don't think she's gonna be happy with this. The loss would have been fine, but not this. But anyway.
Oh, in terms of speech and voice. It's an insult. Okay, I think they agree to draw. There's a lot of moves being played on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, was that you just moving the board?
Oh, that was me.
So what is the position?
The position
After
is
king f5, she went rook f3 check, yeah?
Yeah.
And then it's Dan's move?
Yeah. Nothing to
Well,
do
this
here.
definitely seems incorrect.
What?
But hold on, if we go king e4, is h5 like winning for white?
No, you lose the rook, don't you? F1 queen.
Oh yeah, f1 queen.
Oh wait, no, wait, you the rook? No, the rook can't take over because it's check. Yeah. That would be nice.
King e4, f5. Well, I mean, this is definitely a way to lose, right? Like, oh, you can never go king e2 because of rook takes. So maybe that doesn't work.
No.
So if king here, f5 check, you would want to go here, right? And then.
I mean, although Luke, I mean, actually, the line you just gave, this one, this one, and then h5 would be sort of like the game she won yesterday. It's like, up, king runs up, and opponent blunders something really badly.
Yeah, I think the king can never do anything useful, right? The king would have to like come over to like a2 or something, and it's not possible.
No. Don't imagine it is.
Where is the line we're on? Yeah, this is where we are.
I mean, I have a feeling she's gonna play king e5, which I mean, seems okay.
King e5 or e4?
E4. Sorry.
E4. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe she's thinking about going king g3.
Yeah, I might, Dermot. I might. I might actually just. Yeah.
I mean, she played this game so well, and she just missed the
It
last.
was so good. She just crushed her. But
Yeah.
ugh, that's so painful. That's another free point given away.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. If Diana won these positions that she gets herself into, she'd be 2100
It's
easily.
incredible. It's incredible. Like this game, she wins this in a blitz game against someone really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Ah, it's so sad. And she had plenty of time. She had like 17 minutes when she played that.
Yeah. So, yeah. If Diana could tidy up this sort of leak in her play, let's say, she'd be a much higher rated player.
Yeah. No, Diana does not have a coach. Not a. I mean, she gets advice from several people, but not a coach. Luke just mates rates.
I do mates rates. Hey guys, I should play King E4. Okay. Guys, don't forget if you want to help Diana out and support the channel, you can become a subscriber and get access to all these nice benefits like subscriber channel in the Discord server, lovely, excellent made subscriber badges. Get your name up on the screen, nice shout out. And if you have Twitch Prime or Twitch, sorry, not Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch Prime sub every month that you can use right here. And
That's a
these
good point.
subscriptions all help Diana on her chess journey, helps to bring you extra content and play tournaments and have a good time. So
I would
if
say.
you've got an Amazon site Prime, you have a Twitch Prime.
There you go. Already someone coming in. Look, you got
Thank you
this.
so much,
Markup4
Burn
is
Off the
now
Top,
a
for gifting
darling.
a sub to Markup4. Thank you so much. It's very generous of you.
You know how it's done. I never get any subs.
Because you don't let them know about it,
I need to beg. I need to beg for sure.
You don't need to beg. Begging, I didn't beg. I just let them know.
Yeah, that's true. I
You know?
need to advertise.
King E4 on the board.
Okay, now we want to see a pawn move.
Yeah.
Any pawn move.
H5.
Actually-
One time. H5.
Oh, yeah, one time. So
Or
okay,
G5.
let's
or
just,
G4. We'll take G4 too. We'll take G4.
Let's just put it on
Oh my
the
god,
board.
you played G4 on the board and I had a heart attack.
Yeah, let's just
I was
put
like,
it there for
did
luck.
it happen?
Let's just put it there for luck.
Oh.
Double check.
Double check.
King has to take, and we get the white king. Gonna mate him soon. But
Diana's opponent moves a pawn.
that would be cosmic justice.
I will give 10 subs to the channel if Diana's opponent moves a pawn.
I'll give 10 as well. Although I'm logged in on Diana's account, so I will be gifting 10 from Diana's money, so that's an easy promise to make.
I can't wait for Diana's opponent to move a pawn, and then we give the subs, and Diana doesn't play F1.
that would be the fitting end to this game.
Yeah, oh. I think we'd have to be taken around the corner and shot. I think.
Yeah. No, but she could miss. No, this she would never miss. This is what she's looking for when she plays King E4.
I mean, maybe they're tired. Maybe both people are tired. You
her opponent's thinking. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Maybe she gets in her head and
she's like, winning.
Winning, How do you stop my juicy H pawn,
Yeah. Please, one time, yeah. I mean, we had our one time yesterday, but we didn't ask for it that time.
Yeah, but this is the thing about the one time, is that when it happens, it resets.
Oh, right.
You get another one. That's the rules, like.
Right.
So.
Yeah,
exactly. Burn off the top knows. The one time it resets, you get another one. I mean, that's why it's so good.
Yeah. Come on, it must happen.
Oh,
It's gotta happen.
I think they will hear the screams from Romania. If
They
if
will
this
definitely
if this happens,
one time.
but it's never gonna happen. But it would be funny if it did.
It would be hilarious. It's an easy tactic to
Yeah, I
miss.
mean, Rook F4 is definitely the move you want to look at first, right?
It's an easy tactic to miss.
Okay, let's have a look at Rook F4 while our prayers make their way over. So Rook F4.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, is this like a rook? You have to move the rook here. Every other move loses.
Yeah.
So there's a pretty high percentage
Actually,
chance.
does this lose? Oh yeah, you hang your rook. Never mind.
Your rook hangs.
Ignore me. Whoops. Yeah. Okay. That's unlikely.
So you
Yeah.
have to make a rook move.
I have to make a rook move.
Every other single move loses.
Maybe she
the game.
just brushes another piece on her way to the rook.
Yeah.
That's good enough for us.
And like of all the rook moves you can play, like there's not that many good ones apart from Rook F4. Like if I go Rook F8 here.
Seems equally good to me, but
Yeah.
tell me more.
I guess you can never. You see, the thing is, you can never go King E3 because if you come King E3, I just give this check and you have to come back to E4.
Yeah.
So
Then you can blunder your rook again.
yeah.
Another chance, another bite at the apple.
So in this case, maybe then it just goes B4.
Yeah, b4, e5 or something. Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess there's something important to note here is that let's say
This is
H5,
not at all easy.
B3.
This is not
Yeah,
at all
I mean,
easy.
we can always play like this
Check
one, right?
and
then Rook here.
yeah, but
And now, if you play Rook here, well, then you lose.
Yeah.
So, because if Rook
Not
here,
the
I'll just
right
bring my
square.
king over, right? I'll bring my king over. So,
no, you have rook h1 check.
oh yeah. Yeah, you have lots of ways to win here, so. Yeah, maybe it's not so simple. Like if you start pushing the pawns, I guess. I mean, you don't have to push the pawns,
It's
right?
never simple. That's the good thing.
Like if I play b4, every time these pawns come up the board a little longer, it becomes much more difficult for black to find good, or for white to find good moves here, right? So.
I have a good feeling about this still. I think we can still have some hope
Yeah,
here
I
for
actually think there's a lot of.
I imagine it should be a draw.
The king
but
probably needs to go to f1, actually. I think the king being on g2 gives us lots of chances in many lines.
yeah,
Where if the king is on f1, well, actually, no, then we get king e3, right? And now
that's
there's no
even
check.
worse. Yeah, that's even worse.
Yeah, now I'm threatening check.
Yeah, now you're dead. Now you're
Yeah,
dead.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Lots of ways to go wrong still.
Yeah.
For opponent, for sure.
Obviously, rook f8 might not be the best move. Maybe there's a better defense. But
I mean, okay. Okay, what's the better defense? This king e3 doesn't work. Okay, repetition.
no, we can't go king e3.
Yeah, maybe this is just then you can't push your e-pawn.
And now you go back to f3. And this
Okay,
is a
push
fortress.
our pawn?
No, we push our pawn. Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying.
I mean, the problem is, how are we going to get our pawn past? How are we going to actually get our pawn? We're going to have to bring our king over a bit, right? Like maybe king.
Yeah, I think maybe now you need to run your pawn because otherwise the king's maybe too fast.
No, the increment does not end after move 40, as far as I'm aware.
No, it doesn't.
So in some tournaments, in very rare tournaments, that does happen. But I believe in this tournament, it does not.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think any very very little tournaments do that anymore, where they end the increment.
That seems. I mean,
I think
it's like get the game over with here.
Yeah.
Also,
when
it
I
doesn't
played
really
Isle
make
of
sense to
Man-
me. Wouldn't it make more sense the other way around?
There was a tournament in the Isle of Man. No, not that tournament. Sorry. There's the Isle of Man Open, which I played, which had 3 time controls, so you got extra time at move 40 and move 60.
Oh.
And I think after move 60, the increment turned off, but I can't really remember. It was like 2017 when I played in it. Not allowed playing it anymore because you have to be 2200 to play in it now. I just about scraped in at like the bottom seed when it was 2000 plus.
Nice.
That was a fun tournament. I got to sit beside Nakamura at the prize giving and being a very young teenager was
Yeah, that's cool.
shitting myself basically.
Yeah.
Um,
Even before he was a Twitch personality.
yeah, this was back in the day.
In the glory days.
Yeah, me and Rudolph were just sitting beside him. Like he literally just pulled up a chair right beside us, and I was
Before
like,
I
"Holy
even
fuck!"
knew what chess was,
Yeah.
that's when about then.
I should have said hello to him, but I was a bit nervous.
Okay, our opponent's still thinking.
Yeah. We had
Wrong
also
think,
like
wrong think. I mean, if she plays rook f4, which
yeah, I think rook f4 is like the only move.
I don't think it's the only. I can't imagine it's the only move, but it's hard to.
We won't speak about that in case we get shadow banned. Burn off the top.
Shadow banned, yeah. Oh, Twitch drama. I'm gonna get removed from channel hosting if I engage in such talk.
Yeah, so h5 definitely losing. No, we're only memeing.
Wait,
we're only
h5 is losing?
memeing. Yeah.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
you mean here? Yeah. Here.
Yeah.
I thought you meant after check. Okay, yeah.
We're only memeing burn off the top. Don't worry about it. I can't shadow ban us. We're a sovereign stream.
We just need to see a pawn move on the board. That's all we need in the world today.
Yeah, I mean she's in the tank. Like maybe she's calculating h5. Thank you for checking with us anyway, Burn. Yeah, maybe she's like in the tank, like working out 20 moves ahead, not realizing that h5 loses immediately to f1.
I mean, you say that, but it's not so crazy because you don't. It's a weird tactic.
I had a funny thing where last night I was playing some anti-chess against a friend. I was at the chess club on the Friday, and they don't really play proper chess, so we play anti-chess sometimes.
Naturally, you don't. What would you do at the chess club?
And we had a position where it was like a knight and a pawn. I had the knight and the pawn versus like a bishop and 2 pawns. And I went into the tank for like 20 minutes trying to work it out, not realizing I just had a 2-move win. So I calculated this like, I mean, I won the game. I calculated like sacrificing my pawn and maneuvering my knight around the board just enough to get rid of it. But I could have just made like a 2-move win, you know? And I spent like 20 minutes working out this long variation.
Just flexing.
I mean, and it wasn't like I was trying to flex. After the game, she was just like, "Why did you not do this?" And I was like, "Oh, why did I not do that?" So maybe that's what's going on here, you know.
But it was serious. Was it serious anti-chess then? If she didn't just resign, or
I don't want to lose, you know. I don't like losing.
No, but like her, I mean, she could have just resigned.
Yeah. Well, I think she was enjoying the. She was enjoying that I was in the tank, right? It was like funny to her. So.
Hello, Ash Plays Chess Twitch.
Thank you for the follow.
Thanks for the follow. Yeah. I mean, for anybody coming in now, we had a bit of drama. Let's just say. Diana was playing a French. Let's just go through the game, I guess. We can just show all the moves for people maybe coming in later. Went for a French defense. She's never played it before, but she prepped this specific line for her opponent, and she went into it, luckily. Got this g5 line in. Nice and aggressive. And then I think Diana played actually a brilliant game. Like, Luke didn't like some of the moves, a5 for example. But I think Diana played actually a brilliant game. b4 was maybe where it really started to slip for white, allowing this idea here. And yeah, her opponent also got short on time, lost the pawn, and ended up in a position where he was pretty much getting mated here, almost, after bishop a7. Then Diana played very quickly. She could have just played, like, also if she wanted to go into an endgame, queen f3 here would of course have been much better than what she ended up doing. because just more pawns on the board, less danger of tactics.
I think it was White's move in this position because White played bishop.
Yeah, but
White played.
Oh right, bishop takes. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Never mind. Okay, never mind. My bad.
No worries.
But okay, then she went into the endgame in this position. There was no other choice anymore because after taking the rook and her opponent taking the rook here, she's down a rook and the bishop. But we're thinking that black can probably not escape the checks. Diana agreed, went for this endgame, which is of course winning a million times over. You have an extra piece for one thing. You have an extra piece, equal pawns, you just up a clean piece, and you have this f pawn, which is going to be on f2, and yeah, I don't quite know how to explain what happened after. She played rook h5, rook a2, so pinning this bishop. There were some ways to get out of this. So she could have taken rook here, rook f5, takes, would have been checkmate. So that wasn't possible. But Diana played rook takes on b4 instead, just giving up the bishop. And that, yeah, went into this endgame where we're thinking that this might just be a draw. Yeah, very unfortunate how this turned out. But okay, we still have some winning chances. We're up a pawn. We do have this pawn on f2, which could probably be collected at some point, or at least can be stopped. There's no real... Oh, okay, for a second there I thought she played h5, but this was not actually played because we know that h5 loses immediately to f1 queen, double check. You can't take with the rook because your king's in check. Have to take with the king and you're getting, yeah, checkmated on the back rank. A little bit hopeful that if this is going to happen, a little bit unlikely.
I mean, her opponent has been in the tank for a long time here, so.
And this is like, I mean, this is still not an easy position to play for white, for sure. Still not easy. We're thinking any pawn move loses, any king move loses. Some rook moves might get you in big trouble after the pawn pushes. So, yeah, still not quite easy. We're thinking probably best is this, because if here you can just repeat, and if the king comes back, then, well, you achieved something there. There you go, cool. And we just went through the game again, but Diana was completely winning, was up a piece in the end game. 2 rooks and a bishop and 4 pawns versus 2 rooks and 4 pawns. Lost the bishop, and is now up 1 pawn. Yeah, I mean, she was definitely incredibly winning. Incredibly winning, like very simply winning. And I think if it hadn't been over the board, she would have won this very easily. But this, yeah, she, I don't know, missed it, got nervous. She had a lot of time still. I'm not sure exactly why she went for this. She had a lot of time. I guess actually, I mean, if we just... Sorry?
Her opponent being in the tank so much, like, has to just be good for her.
Yeah. So
like,
I guess...
This is too long to think about the position, I think.
This would have been something we were thinking about. And now you lose this nice little pawn on f2, but I mean, don't really need it. Still up a bishop. So, rook f4 check played, unfortunately. Yeah, now it looks
Yeah, rook f4 we thought we played.
yeah. Okay, four.
Yeah, it should probably be a draw, but I think it's
Actually, oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. I mean, she has
it's
half an hour
obviously
extra, but I don't think if it's just a
yeah.
clean draw, then her opponent can make the moves. But okay, I
Obviously
mean,
king
sorry.
king e3 does nothing. Same with king d3 here. So
Yeah. We can run over here and try something.
I guess you can just go. I mean, the thing is, if this pawn ever gets to like h6, you have the check and rook here, right? So, like, let's say the pawn comes here, we can give this check and then go rook h2.
Yeah.
So,
And then, I mean, this, I guess, maybe.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to go here, right? Because
Yeah.
you queen with check.
Yeah. Probably gotta go back in some way. And then you go here, I guess.
I take pawn
And then
push,
you,
pawn push,
yeah.
and then we have another draw, right? So,
Whoa, I'm so sad. Oh my god. This is so
I don't think
tragic.
I don't think this trick is ever working. But yeah, I mean, just no reason to draw this game ever.
Oh man. That's so painful. Like, oh, I would. Good thing tomorrow's a rest day because, yeah.
I mean, that might be a bad idea. Might be bad that it's a rest day after drawing this game, right? You know?
I don't know. Maybe I don't think she would want to play chess tomorrow.
Well, it's a Sunday, you know, we can't be playing chess on a Sunday.
Never. No.
You better be bringing her out somewhere nice to eat tonight, Patrick.
Yeah. And yesterday we had sushi. But
Ooh. I feel like sushi in Romania is maybe...
it was actually really good.
Really? Yeah, it was
But
good.
there was one
Where do they get
restaurant.
the fish? Like, like...
I mean, where did they get the fish anyway, really?
Oh.
Um, yeah, I don't know.
You know, I mean, Romania has no coast, right? Or is it on? Does it have coast on
It
like
does. It does.
the Black Sea or
Yeah,
something?
it does. Pretty sure.
But there's no fish in there, right? Like,
No, no fish in the sea.
maybe I. But this is not the one that's very salty, right? Which is the one that's really salty?
No, that's in Israel.
Oh, oh, never mind at all. I'm very far away.
That's
Oh,
also
that's
a lake,
Dead
I think,
Sea.
actually, technically.
Yeah, but I mean, sushi is, you know,
Anyway, it was good. Like they had some dodgy. Like there was one restaurant they offered sushi, but they also offered like pizza and burgers and stuff. And we're like, it's
yeah. I
maybe
mean,
not. No, okay.
you're not making that sushi, pal. You're just,
Yeah, let's not.
you
Go
know,
there,
yeah. I wouldn't trust that, you know.
no, definitely didn't want to go there. Okay, so Diana's in the tank now. Ugh. Oh, so painful.
Yeah, it's not great, all right.
I mean, we got it delivered, but we wanted to eat at the place, but then we were a bit late after everything, and then they were saying they deliver only, so we got it delivered. You know, we got it delivered. You were there for the stream. We'd had a bit of an eating stream.
Oh, a little mukbang.
Yeah, exactly. It's a nice apartment for sure. Yeah. It's not a hotel, no. But okay, enough about our surroundings.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for some moves to be made, I guess.
Oh, actually, I'm too depressed to look at this. Maybe we should look at some other games.
Yeah, let's have a look at some other games. Let's look at some other games.
Too sad for this one. I'm not sure if Diana's still I'm not sure if Diana thinks she's winning or if this is a draw or what's going through her mind.
Yeah, I think most likely it's going to be a draw, right? But
yeah, but does she think it's a draw? Because I mean, she's still visually, she has this f2 pawn. She's a pawn up.
Yeah.
There's something to be said for thinking that you're better.
Ellen won.
We think she isn't, but we might just be wrong as well. Wait, Ellen won again? She's having a really good tournament, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Is gonna be at, I don't know, 3.5 or something? +1. Very strong field.
It depends what mood she's in for off the top. Some of the other rounds she's come back straight away and come on the stream, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. I don't think I can make the board any bigger because it's gonna mess up the other board. So we'll have to look at it at this from this a little bit smaller board. I can actually make it, I guess, the window a little bit bigger so you can see the names. So this is Ellen against someone. Ellen playing black. I guess we can pretend we're Ellen because we're on the streamer side. Okay. Interesting. F4.
Okay, so. Oh, I think I had a look at this game earlier.
That's the thing I would play against the Sicilian if I wouldn't play the.
Yeah.
If I didn't play the Smith Mora.
A little Grand Prix attack.
Yeah.
Oh, G3 is interesting. Don't know this one.
G3 King of Drum. Interesting.
I like black's position here, but
yeah.
Yeah, black's position looks very fine here.
Yeah, I got the open file. Nothing to complain about.
Bishops are strong.
Cool. And then she goes for some tactics.
Oh. Oh, and then knight.
Queen takes, loses. Well, I mean, loses, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you play queen takes, you knight knight e3, right, and that wins everything.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. God, I wish my 2200s opponents just kind of blundered tactics like this.
Blundered the tactic.
Yeah.
Pretty simple tactic too,
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah. Whoops.
Yeah, d5 is just. Yeah, I mean, knight g5 is so bad.
That's very bad, yeah. Unfortunate for her. A bit of a clean loss there, losing a piece. And the game ends. 24 moves, nice and swift.
Yeah.
Could have had a similar thing happen.
Bit of a gift, I mean.
Yeah, Diana fought so hard for her game, and then blew it, whereas she got it a bit gifted, I guess. Okay, there were some moves. Well, I guess there was one move. 85. Her opponent's down to 3 minutes. I think she is not sure that it's a draw either.
Yeah.
So that's must be a good sign. But I guess at least she knows that taking the pawn is a loss, so... Actually, is it still a loss?
I think, well... I'm not so sure. This looks losing for black now.
Still don't believe that the pawns are far enough apart. I still believe they're far enough apart.
What am I talking about? Sorry, we already discussed this. Yeah, the pawns are... You can just push the spawn, right? So.
But now the pawns are further advanced, so you might not have this trick with the king supporting anymore. So maybe a draw now.
Yeah, maybe you gotta push the pawns with one. But I mean, the lower time that Diana's opponent gets on, the better chance that she makes a mess of it, so...
Yeah, imagine if she...
Right?
Yeah, if she realizes that taking might be good enough, then the game ends immediately. Although, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, she could... Like, it's very easy for her to blunder here with no time, right? So.
Yeah. Exactly. So, okay. We hope for...
We still have some practical chances.
We still have some hope.
This is just a clear draw, I think.
Should be probably, yeah. Yeah, she took it and the game's over.
Oh, she took it,
I suppose, because there's nothing to do there if she takes it.
Okay, so assuming rook takes, king takes...
Can either side go wrong here? I don't know. Like, if you just push the pawns, it's a draw as well. Not quite on the right square, unfortunately. The pawn wins.
No, there's no way for us to do that.
I mean, I guess you're first to check.
Hold on. Let me look at this.
Okay.
I remember doing a puzzle for it was a very interesting puzzle, but you basically have to checkmate with a single queen. And no, you can't move any other pieces. And you have to move the king from like G1 all the way to A2. So you have to bring the king down to H8, then to A8, then to F3, and then to A2 to checkmate, just with the queen.
Okay.
So maybe there's some nonsense you can do here. Somehow move the king because you get to check first. Because it's very difficult to block any checks with the queen, right? So, so maybe you can do some nonsense, but I'm just thinking of when I see this position, I'm just thinking of that puzzle. See you, Goku. Have a good day. I'm just thinking of that puzzle. Like, can we?
Yeah, bye, Goku.
Can we get this king to move? But probably not, right? Like the king just comes here.
Yeah, I don't think we can come closer. We're gonna have to try some other checks, like.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, nothing happening.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there at all. I was just that puzzle came to mind when this position came up. So
yeah.
So Diana's thinking about the capture, but yeah, I think what happens if we play like E5? Probably nothing, right? Like here, again, we just have the same position, right? Yeah, like absolutely nothing here, right?
No, wait. Is this another loss now?
Well, black is losing now.
Yeah,
black is losing now, right?
Yeah. I think you can't move them too far up unless you have this with the support of the king. I mean, so I guess you can still lose it as well.
Yeah.
But
if you try too hard to win, you could lose easily here. Because the pawns look after themselves, right? Where ours don't.
Yeah. That would no. You can't lose this. Please no. That's not. That would be very frustrating. That would be very frustrating. No, but like, she's gonna be so disappointed because, like, even in the game against Valentina, she said, I mean, yeah, of course, she should have just castled, not been greedy, and had a much better position, and probably ground her down. And then in her first game, she was rushing as well. Am I considering growing a beard? No, not really. I don't really like having facial hair.
I think at this point you gotta, as Diana anyway, you probably just have to accept that it's a draw and not, hopefully not a blunder, right? Like, just offer a draw here.
She might be worried still.
Yeah. Moving the rook, I mean, like, not exchanging rooks seems pretty bad.
Yeah.
So
it's like all the rook endgames are drawn except this one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe this still. Maybe you can still hold this. I know that, like, if the white pawn was here, then it would always be a draw, even if you lose both pawns. For black. And if you have your king in front. So, nice little tidbit of information there for everybody. Like, f and g pawn, or f and h pawn rather, f and h pawn versus one rook. Like, f and h pawn plus rook versus one rook is a draw. And
okay.
Unless, like, your king is cut off or something like that, but they start from far enough back. You would have to ditch the side part to make a beard word. What side part, Antonio? I'm very interested in this discussion about my appearance. Maybe I can take Diana's, Diana's leprechaun beard and see how it suits me.
Did you bring it with you?
No. No, I didn't. Okay, I can't look at it. I think we have to look at some other games again.
Yeah, let's have some other games.
So LN1.
Yeah.
Let's look at the top boards maybe. Draw. There's a win. That's just really
Any
lost.
interesting games that you want us to look at, chat, that you saw? Let us know. We'll take a look.
It seems like black was kind of a weird position that white got there. Open a file, I would have thought black would be better. Ah, that's good. Playing off the rooks like this. Okay, pawn's pinned for now. Pretty messy position.
Yeah. Anyone else in the tournament we know? How did Diana's friend do Valentina?
Yeah, okay.
I like this position for white.
Yeah, no. No, they're just up an exchange
and
up
this
this
pawn. Exchange, right? Yeah.
Don't lose the rook either. Yeah, I mean, okay. It's just the end. Queen end games, doesn't matter how many pawns you have, just where the pawns are. Okay, well, that was a nice win. But she's really one of the tournament favorites, sort of getting. I think this is the second time she lost, actually. I think she had maybe 4 wins and a loss. Now 2 losses. Let's see, maybe Anna Maya, or actually let's look at Laura maybe. She's still playing. D45. Not something we're ever likely to see on this channel. Ah, this is what you were saying, yeah? She's playing her teammate. From Slovenia. Okay, I mean, looks dangerous. For sure. Down a pawn as well. Down the bishop pair. And here she can probably just trade off eventually. I didn't want to go into this endgame. I would have thought maybe takes in here and then something like this. Maybe would have been. Okay, let's look at the computer. No, guess not. No, still would have been fine, okay. But Laura plays it cleaner. That's where she's good. Yeah, but okay, she should definitely be winning this one. Just has these 2 connected pass pawns, whereas black's pawns don't really do anything. Okay, let's look back. Diana hasn't moved. So I guess we'll look at some more. We know that taking is a draw. Okay, Anna Maya is playing against Dina. The streamer battle, I guess. Another French. Oh, King's Indian attack. Luke, what do you have to say about that? King's Indian attack?
Not a very strong opening. I don't like the c5 line for black though. I like going d5. And c. Well, you're gonna go c5 later, but this is a bit of a different variation, right?
And only, of course, you play d5 instead. But okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a different way to play the position, but I think in like all these King's Indian attack Frenches, black is just doing well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I'm always happy when my opponent plays it, so. Like the only lines I'm ever kind of like not really worried about in the King's king, or not the Kings. What am I talking about? The French defense is like, I don't really like the bishop g5 stuff. That's about it. Everything else, I'm like I'm very happy to see any of it against me. Yeah, white looks pretty good in the position you have on the board there. c6 is such a weakness.
Yeah, that's true. Don't have a dark square bishop to attack it, but okay, she chops it off. But now this pawn's very unpleasant. And blockaded by the queen, not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, white must be winning here. Like,
It trades after rooks. Wins another pawn, or wins a pawn. Yeah, I mean, it looks very unpleasant. at least.
Yeah, looks lost.
I mean, I
like,
guess one thing that's good is like it's not easy to maneuver the rook here because this
Yeah.
bishop does a nice job controlling the squares.
Well, we're gonna go rook a5 here, I think.
Yeah,
And
rook a5 is the way. I
rook
guess.
a5 and rook b5, right?
Yeah.
Well, you don't even have to do that, right? Yeah, you can just play forever here. Like, I can just play. I can improve my king. I can play like h4 or whatever. Like, I can just wait forever, right? I don't need to do anything.
Well, let's see. She didn't seem like she did anything. Black started pushing some pawns.
Okay. Interesting.
And I mean, okay. And look. Too hopeless, now you're winning the A pawn, I
Yeah, I
guess.
mean, black's pieces are pretty well placed now, right? Oh wow, this is losing, is it?
Let's see.
That's insane. How's queen c4 losing? Rook check? I don't understand how this. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's very simple. We're getting tired if we don't see why rook b4 is winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Diana is still in the tank. We're just having a look at some other games while that goes on. Pretty exhausting game, I'm sure, for her and all of us as
Yeah,
well.
this is.
A lot of ups and downs. I know I'm
Oh.
feeling the heartbreak already. Like, you know,
Yeah, this is so
Diana
tough.
can't catch a break. Like,
But okay, she needs to make a draw now. I mean, we need her to
yeah,
suck up the blunder and I guess play it calmly because in the first game she played very similar to this one. Like she actually no, not actually that similar. Like the first game she played, she was winning, but like it was much more difficult than this. This was simplicity itself.
yeah. She I think she went a bit wrong in some places, positionally or whatever. But the tactics were there to back it up, and then the game was over.
Yeah, the game
And
was definitely over, and she's
the game
gonna.
was completely over. Like,
Yeah, she's gonna be so upset. Like losing just up a clean bishop. Up a clean bishop in an endgame. It was not necessary to do any of that, but yeah. But okay, I mean, let's look at maybe Valentina's game. That would be board 49. Valentina obviously, or not obviously, but Valentina, a good friend of Diana's, and she made a draw when they played each other. Let's see what they played. E4, E5. We played another Ruy Lopez like she did against Diana. Bit of a different line. Black pushes that pawn.
was this Valentina's game of white? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Valentina's game. Yeah.
I like black's position a lot here. Okay, well the knight on b7 looks a bit silly now, actually. So maybe I don't.
Yeah.
Why did she not take on b3? Is there a reason? And then just go bishop b7? Like, I don't.
Wait, but what do you do with the knight? You
The knight's
leave
gonna
it
go to
there,
c4. Like bishop b7 and no, I want my bishop on d7 actually. Right? I want to play bishop takes h3 at some point.
My computer wants bishop d3.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
And knight h5. Does that work? Why g6?
I don't know,
I don't
because the computer
understand.
said so. I don't know. That was just my brain is a bit dead. I must
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, I know. I'm a bit tired as well. Knight h5. Knight h5 here. I like. Is there something losing? Oh, knight takes e5 is winning for white. Oopsies. Okay, maybe it's not so simple
That's
that
cute.
position.
I mean, okay, whatever. Let's see what happened in the game. Another Fianchetto knight, like Giannis' opponent has yesterday. Bit awkward. Oh, I mean, both kings look a bit open.
Yeah. Interesting position, pretty double-edged.
F5, okay, keeps the G pawn on the board. And black wants to take the H file. Oh. Oops. Seems like the tactic went wrong there again or something. Rook takes H4. He takes and check. F6. Okay. Queen takes, you win the queen, I guess. So that's good. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's just completely winning. Game's still going though.
Yeah.
But okay, black's. Oh, what happened? Just saw +5 and turned to zeros. Let's see. Knight h2 is bad. Why?
I don't understand this position. My brain is melted. You just take on e6, I guess.
Okay, but
Like, what's white threatening?
aren't you still up material?
I don't understand this position.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, if I'm gonna be honest.
So what are the plans for the rest day?
I'm not sure. We didn't really
Well,
have anything
I mean, maybe
concrete.
they'll change now after this game, but you know, like,
Yeah.
is there any like, you know, sometimes organizers they have like a trip
Yeah,
thing.
I think
Oh.
like a city tour or something. She still didn't take the rook. I'm getting nervous.
She has to take the rook. I mean, there's no,
I don't think
there's no other move, right?
Like she's thinking, or she's not moving, but I'm not sure she's thinking anymore. Actually,
yeah, it's just like
I don't think
realizing.
calculation is really what she's doing right now. Like she probably just wants to be out of the tournament hall. Yeah, I mean I understand her. That is not nice. Like I get upset when I lose a blitz game like this.
Yeah. Oh, we have some moves. We have some moves.
Thing is, she would never lose a blitz game like this, or like not win a blitz game like
Okay.
this. But I think...
So we have rook takes. Do you want to put the study back on the stream?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have rook takes rook, king takes rook, and b4 on the board.
Okay.
Okay, so we thought that here h5, right?
Yeah.
H5?
Well, does white need to push the pawns? Maybe, yeah. So h5.
I mean, maybe we're losing now.
h5 looks good. No, I don't think we're losing still.
Well, we go b3, right? We go b3.
Yeah, and then we're
And this
queening
is
at the
just a
same
draw,
time.
right?
But I think we don't need to, like, even if we don't go b3, I think we're still getting the same position, just we're not winning
Yeah.
anymore. Like
What
we
if
would have
king
been.
e2?
That's some good
Not king
calculation.
e2, let's say king e3 is a bit more accurate, I guess.
I mean, can't we go here still? Uh-huh. I guess you want to.
Maybe we're losing now, actually.
I don't think we're ever losing. If we...
Well, I think now we are. Because your king can't get in, right?
But now I think... Oh, no, maybe.
I mean, I guess you're gonna get a tempo on here, right? Because now I have to go h5.
Yeah. Yeah.
King here.
No, it doesn't work. Okay. You have to move the
Wait,
king first.
hold on, go back. King here, here, I queen, you queen. I don't know. I think we're both a bit tired.
But like, king here.
Oh, king here, yeah.
Okay, wait.
Pretty easy for black to lose this game, I think.
Yeah, I think we just need to move the king first, and then we can play it, and then we're winning.
Yeah.
She does this, so can't do that. And then here.
Okay, maybe
here,
it's both people
here.
are gonna make queen, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, but hold on, now this is winning, right? You give check. Oh, sorry. You give Isn't this winning if you go? Oh no, you can come to c3. I thought you could go check here, and the king had to come here.
Yeah.
King can go here though.
Yeah. This is, of
Hey, we have
course,
king
would be the
e2 in the
goal.
game instead though. King e2 instead.
Okay.
So if we go b3, just king here, right? And then. So what if
I don't think we want to.
d4?
I don't think we want the bishop to b5.
King d4.
I think king e4
would be better
because you're closer to the pawns.
Yeah,
and
and
can
a
stop
king
them
here.
from pushing. No, wait. No, here we have to go. Obviously, you're not quick enough because your pawn's too far back.
I mean, looks like we're losing our b pawn.
No. Now you're winning again because this is the same trick now. Because now you're close.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, and king f2. Okay, yeah. Okay.
So still winning chances,
I don't know.
losing chances.
I'm so tired at this point. I'm not calculating properly. So.
And they probably feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, the additional has.
Yeah. Diana has the additional burden of the mental break in her. Although I must say I feel that pain as well, so maybe we can't. But of course we don't feel it the same way. Like, oh, she must. Yeah, well. Maybe we better shut down the stream before she comes home.
Well, I want to see the end of the game. Do people want to see the end of the game?
No, I meant after the game ends.
Oh, yeah, possibly.
But I mean, okay, last time after the loss, she didn't seem. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. We do.
Yeah, this position. I mean, this looks like a study nearly. I'm like,
Yeah,
you need
definitely.
to do some deep calculation here.
Like if you mess up as white, her opponent has 30 seconds. So,
yeah.
I think she calculated it though, because she saw the idea that if the king gets here, you can't catch the pawns anymore, because then can't.
Maybe she wasn't expecting king e2.
Because
maybe
I think
expecting king e3.
Right. Yeah, but I think it should. I think you play king. I don't know. I think you play king e4.
Yeah, I think you have to go king e4 here.
But although I guess, I mean, it's a little bit scary. Like,
Yeah, I think we thought this position was lost for black in a previous variation, right?
I think you thought that. I think it's always a draw if the king gets blockade. You just can't push your b pawn, and then you just bounce your king
but
around.
the pawns are too far, right? So
yeah. Didn't we just have this? Didn't we just have this on the board?
did we?
Yeah, we're just, or like from a different move order maybe, but I think the same. And then we had to play king of 3 and not here, because then here and king gets to f1, gets e1. Yeah. Well,
Hey Johnny, you know, I was very hungover last night or this morning, so lucky I'm here at all. Yeah, I'm not so sure. My brain is sore in this position.
Yeah. It's so upset. It's so upsetting that she's gonna be so upset that she missed that.
Big time. Big time.
That's so many wins, like so many wins she had.
Yeah, there was a load of really nice rucksacks. I don't know, there was lots of different things you could play.
She had so much time as well, like.
Yeah, she had like 40 minutes, like,
She
no
had
need.
a lot of times. A lot of time. Yeah. But she, I don't know how this happens. It's just a mental thing. It's really a mental thing with her. She's like, she played so cleanly this whole game. I think if we're gonna go over it with the engine, I think we're gonna find a lot of approval. I could imagine. I mean, I don't know. But then it's just like when she knows she's winning, as you said before, when she knows she's winning and it gets too easy, somehow something shuts down.
I mean, so I would never resign. If I was Diana, I would just play on forever.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised her opponent didn't resign. Like, to play this position with just a bishop down, 4 pawns against 4, that's actually a bit crazy. And then got rewarded. Yeah, maybe she looked at games and saw Diana doesn't do well with winning positions.
Definitely not.
But okay, she might still go wrong here. I mean, Diana is thinking for quite a long time. Justifiably, I suppose. I think king e5 is fine, king e4 is fine. Just don't want to be running your king towards here, I don't think. Because you're gonna have to make king moves and pawn moves. It's gonna be too slow for the h-pawn. I might imagine this is already lost. This one should still be okay, I guess. Maybe not. Ah, yeah, because then actually
you push again, right?
Yeah, you get too far down. Yeah, because then your king can't actually help anymore.
Oh no,
yeah. So you don't want to do. Yeah, but of course you never want to run to the queen side here because your king doesn't do anything there.
So you can't come to c4.
Can't come here. Can't come here. Can't come here.
Can't come here.
Can't come here.
I don't think you ever want to go to these squares, though.
These don't make sense either. So I mean,
Diana down to 1 minute.
Here or here? Yeah, I guess 2 minutes. Yeah.
Oh wow. Maybe she just wants to play some blitz. I don't know.
Oh. No, she can't lose it. No, it's not allowed. It's not allowed. We're gonna have to do some end games on the rest day.
Definitely losable. Very losable position.
Yeah, very losable for both sides.
Yeah. Well, I think less so for white, to be honest.
If you get greedy and try to win, I think you can lose. Or
I
actually,
feel like when white thought for 30 minutes, it might have been a little bit more constructive than when Diana thought for 30 minutes.
absolutely, yeah. I think Diana wasn't really thinking. Like, I think white nicely figured out that trading rooks too early was gonna lose. I think it's like if we go back to oh, sorry, that's the wrong word.
Okay, king e4 on the board.
Like, let's just say we go back to this position here, and I think here rook takes is losing.
Yeah.
But it's a very easy move to play. Like, you say, okay, my pawns are protecting each other, I go collect. It's very easy to mess this up. Like, you shouldn't maybe...
We'll go back to the position, because we're going to be getting a lot of moves very quickly.
Yeah, king e4, h5.
King e4.
Yeah, and if they just push pawns now...
h5.
Maybe you can't push your pawns anymore. Well, actually, you can't push your pawn. Because the king gets there.
Okay.
So you have to play...
Well, b3 was played. b3 was played.
No, that means she's losing. Doesn't it? Yeah, she lost.
Yeah, b3.
Well, that's dead. King
This looks
d2.
lost.
King d2 resigns. No!
Wait, she resigned?
No, but like, she can resign because this is just dead. Like, what do you do here? Nothing.
Is she gonna go king f3? Like king f3, h6? Oh, this is nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's losing now.
No. That's so sad.
She went back. She went back.
That's so
sad. I mean, you just give a
sad.
check. You just give a check with g4, right? G4 check.
Yeah, I guess so.
You take, I push.
Yeah.
Like, you're too far behind.
No. Oh. That's actually unbelievable. How? Oh my god.
I think g4 is just game over, right?
I feel so sick.
g4, you come to g5, I go king here. Alright, you push, I take. Like, there's nothing here, right? Because I can come back this way.
Yeah. Nothing there. Oh, that's so devastating for her.
I mean, unless we're both very tired and we're not using the computer, so maybe we missed something really obvious here, but...
No, I don't think so.
If anyone in the chat, yeah, g4 on the board. If anyone in the chat can help us.
Yeah, just advancing the pawn too far.
Yeah.
This pawn endgame technique that she never...
King g5 is the only move. I guess you can go f6, but again, f6 doesn't really work, right? Because h6. So, yeah, we're pretty sure this is lost.
b3 is... Yeah, b3 was the losing move.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I think we calculated all the other stuff, and I think we said it was...
After g4, she can probably resign, I guess, but...
Yeah. I'm just gonna turn on the computer just to confirm, but...
King g4.
Yeah.
And I guess just king c3 probably just wins immediately.
Yeah. Nothing to do. Wow, if she goes king c1, then you maybe have enough time, but there's obviously no reason to do that.
Okay,
oh my god.
On the board,
and e5.
Then I played e5.
That's too slow.
I
mean, let's just check it again.
You just collect the pawn and...
You just get home too soon.
Yeah, I mean...
And if you, if you go here...
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, if you go here, then h6.
Yeah. Too quick, right?
Yeah.
He's just
Actually, even here you could still do this. Like you
yeah.
still need another
Yeah.
move for. Like.
Yeah, it's just resignable, I guess. Okay, so we had e5, captures, e4, king c3.
Oh man, that's so
Okay, well, king
sickening.
c3 maybe was a bit inaccurate, but I think it's still winning. Because now you can push, right, and go here. Oh
Wait,
no, the
what?
king
Did
c2.
you
No,
mess
never
it up?
mind.
Hold on a second. Give me this
So king
position.
c3, Diana took on g4.
Oh, she missed another draw.
No, this isn't a draw. King e2. King d3, right? Oh.
Yeah. Oh my god, no.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's another miss. No. I guess she was like thinking that was over anyway. Ugh.
Oh no. That.
No. That's too sick. Oh, her opponent blundered it as well. King c3. There's no
This is what we
reason to
have
play
on the
king
board.
c3. There's no reason to play king c3 as
King
well.
c3 is a massive
That's
mistake.
a nonsense move. Absolute nonsense.
Yeah. Oh my god. This
Yeah.
game is heartbreaking.
Yeah. e3 was a draw. Yeah.
I feel like I've just been punched like
Ugh.
20 times.
That's so sick. We all, guys, please. Maybe we should stay around on stream because Diana's gonna need some consolation.
Yeah, well, maybe intercept her before
Yeah.
on the camera.
Yeah.
Uh.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I actually feel physically sick.
Now, unfortunately, we don't have a. If we had a bishop's pawn, this would be a draw, but we have an e-pawn, so it's not a draw.
Yeah. Like this pawn is a draw because we have the stalemating idea.
Yeah.
Going to the corner and the queen takes and it's stalemate. Although, is the queen too close for that? The king too close for that even? I'm not sure, but...
Yeah, this is resigns, right? I mean... I thought for a second that was...
It was a draw, yeah, she resigned.
She resigned, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. Fuck.
That's tragic.
Oh...
That's...
I can't believe it.
So many wins, and then 2 draws. This is... Like the first...
Oh my god.
Like game 1, like round 1, just infinitely worse, like...
Oh...
Yeah, she lost.
I feel like I lost this game.
I feel like... Yeah. I just want to
feel like I lost this game myself. She played so well.
She crushed her completely.
At the end,
she was up a bishop in a rook endgame.
It just collapsed.
It just mentality. Stopped looking at the board, I guess. Oh, that's so painful. Like, I can't even imagine how it would feel to play this. Maybe I should rethink my wish of playing over the board chess, because this seems...
I mean, this was a complete self-destruction.
Do you know the... Let me... Oops.
I mean, there are so many unnecessary decisions made in this position, or in this game from black. Like rook h4. Okay, you made a mistake. Just come back, like, right?
Yeah. Although,
I mean,
to be fair, yeah, it's not entirely so easy.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be losing. You're gonna be losing the pawn. We talked about this for a second. Oh, sorry, that's too far. put it
Yeah,
on the
so
board
queen
real quick.
c3 as well. Queen c3.
Yeah,
I
let's
think-
just quickly look at the. Okay.
Okay. Go to the rook ending, yeah. So
Yeah.
here, like, after rook a2, can you just come back? Like,
Yeah, so they would double, and then you promote, and you lose your pawn. But
yeah.
yeah. And then you keep playing. You're still up the bishop.
You're still winning, though. You're still completely
You're
winning.
definitely still completely winning. Yeah. Yeah.
But even, like, here, before, like, I mean, there must be a better move than queen c3 here. Let's turn the engine on. Yeah, engine is, like, -10 for black. Okay, no, maybe oh, queen c3 was the best move, okay. Is that correct?
I mean,
Queen
it
c3
happens,
was-
single malt. It happens. Like,
Yeah.
you just see ghosts
Yeah,
sometimes.
it's a bit harsh, single malt. I mean, these games are very stressful, you know? Like, anything can happen. They're
Yeah,
not
she's been
super
playing
GMs.
for 4 hours at this point, and she's thinking
Like,
she's
yeah.
completely winning, and then just misses something. Like, I guess maybe she panicked a little bit after she wanted to this. Like, she saw this and she was like, "Oh shit, I'm losing my bishop." Anyway, she didn't even. I guess because she didn't think she could save it anymore. Yeah.
Oh, not rook f2. What happened in the game here? What did black play in the game? Rook f1. Yeah, you can just go bishop b6 here and that's game over.
Yeah, bishop b6 is simple. Like, that's what I was thinking. Just unpin yourself. Oh, actually, no. I mean, okay, this. I guess it doesn't really make that much. I mean, this is more natural.
Yeah, but you can hear just bishop b6.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Here it makes more sense. Here it makes sense to me.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, forgot to protect our pawn and bishop b6. Like, and that's easy. Like, yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep her busy tomorrow. Just keep her busy.
I mean, was there a better win earlier? I wonder. Like, I think she played this like all perfectly.
Yeah, she played it brilliantly. Like,
yeah, queen c3 was the best move.
Yeah, she played so many. Like, I'm sure, so many of these positions. Sorry.
Oh, you can go bishop b6 here because if you play rook takes, rook a1 is winning.
Ah.
You don't have king here. This is checkmate.
Right. Okay. Yeah. True.
So.
Yeah. I missed that. Okay.
Yeah. So you actually don't want to play f2 in this position.
Yeah, I guess it
keeps the king stuck, right?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, fine.
Yeah. I know another little interesting idea why computers are so useful. Find little ideas like this.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, that is that hurts my soul. I feel so bad.
Actually, look, can I leave you? Like, maybe do you want to analyze the game for a bit? I'll just check if Diana's coming, and then
yeah.
Maybe
okay.
I'll come back in a couple minutes if she's
I'll just do a quick review from the start, I guess.
Okay, I'll leave you and.
Okay.
Okay.
So just a bit of a recap. So Diana decided to play French today, which was a pretty brave decision considering she's never played it before. But she had some nice prep. I mean, this line worked out pretty well. Okay, Patrick can't hear me anymore, but he should have muted his mic. But yeah, this line worked out pretty well. G5, really nice idea. Yeah, I mean, black is just equal here. Knight c2, queen b6. I thought was nice. Yeah. Okay, computer actually wants a5 here. What if knight f8? Oh, you have knight takes. Okay. Sorry, c4. If c4 here, knight d2. Okay. The computer actually likes a5. It's very strange. I would have thought a5 is not good here for black. But anyway, a5. We have takes. This exchange happens. Queen e2. Yeah, and Patrick here was saying queen a6 was a good idea for Diana. But I thought, again, just bishop d7, long castle. It's interesting that a5 was good in this position. I'm just think as a French player, you never want to play a5 in any of these positions. So anyway, queen c7 again, not great. I mean, the queen wants to come. If you're bringing the queen back, it wants to come back to d8, I guess. But I guess it worked out pretty well. Yeah, b4 definitely a bad move for tactical reasons, because we got all these really nice checkmating ideas on f2 or h2. So yeah, bishop f4, and here this Diana. Oh, whoops. Diana just kind of crushed her after this. Like, she just played super well. Everything here is winning. Really nice attack. Yeah, and then e5, great move. Just completely winning from here. We were looking at like queen here, but I think h4 is just better, I guess. Wants rook h7. Okay, that's a weird computer move. h4, g3, captures, and now there's so many tactics here. Your rook takes f2, rook takes h2, threatening everything, but Diana find the right continuation. And here, like, white can just resign here, nearly. And yeah, king e7. And like, there's no move for white. It's really heartbreaking. c2, king c3, best. Oh shit, you're there.
Yeah.
No, you're not. Come on.
I just missed it.
You played so well, Diana.
You played
And
so
then it
well.
just
You crushed
collapsed.
her completely.
I just missed it. Like, I was ahead on time. Everything went so perfectly.
Hey, you
Queen
played so
c3,
well.
best move. And here, yeah, it's unfortunate. You
You
can
did
just
so
go
good.
bishop.
I know.
You can just
I
play
can
bishop
just...
d6 here.
I know. I just missed it. Like, I just saw it straight after I moved. It's just winning. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. And then I'm not even sure, like, I'm pretty sure it was like an equal endgame or something.
Yeah, you had to draw like 2 moves before the end as well.
But yeah, this is still fine. Yeah, here you gotta play rook f5, I guess. And you're still okay. We thought this didn't work for some reason. I don't know why we thought it didn't work.
I didn't think it worked either. Oh, and then rook f1. Oh, sorry, I meant rook up. Oh, why didn't I see? I thought of this. Why doesn't
We
it
thought
work?
king h1 was maybe a move, but you can actually play rook h8 here. Yeah.
Is that the only way? Oh.
Yeah, I think you have to go here and then
That's so much time.
take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, rook takes b4. Yeah, this is just a draw now.
What the hell?
It happens.
It's so stupid.
It's okay. Hey.
Your opponent played this ending really well, because I think if they take here, they're losing. Yeah.
Well.
They just lose immediately.
That's
So they played it very well. Rook e3, king f5. And then they took at the right moment.
Were you hoping for h5 there?
Yeah, and I was already like too upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I mean,
b3 here is losing, yeah.
I just played it flat, so king f5.
Yeah.
I could have came out with a draw.
Yeah.
I just played it so I didn't care anymore. Oh, I thought this was losing anyway.
It's because you can come in if she takes the pawn, she's actually losing. So here, and then
like, I actually had calculated so many things, and I probably saw this, but I just can't calculate. Like, I just lose my train of thought.
Like here.
And then I just go over, and then I just look at my clock, and then I just moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take on g4 and it's a draw.
But she actually blundered back there for a second.
Yeah,
She got
at
the
the
end.
end.
Here she blundered with king
Yeah,
c3.
here, this is a draw here.
What?
Yeah, here if you play e3, it's still a draw because you can take on g4 with tempo.
What the hell?
Yeah, she had to play queen c2.
Oh my god! What the hell?
Yeah, but here, I mean, this is unexpected. I guess you just thought it was done. But king c3 is like a nonsense move. I don't know if she played that. I would play king c3. But I guess
Wait,
it's
I don't think
innocuous.
this is.
No, you can't take
Wait,
first.
wait,
You have to
wait,
play
wait.
e3 first before you take.
Oh.
Because then the pawn runs.
E3, and if she goes there?
You just take it.
Take it.
Oh, so. Yeah. Oh shit. This is so stupid.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. It's just a
Oh,
game.
I can't.
It's just a game. Doesn't matter. Hey, you can bounce back. Like, you crushed her. You absolutely destroyed her in the game. Like, absolutely.
Yeah,
no
you
chance.
played really well. Long game, you know? We go to rest day tomorrow. Just take it easy. Still 6 more games to go. You can rally quite easily. You're playing really well in the tournament, like.
Doesn't matter. That's so stupid. Why did I play my king there? Why did I do that? I played it so. Why did I do that? To just do it automatically. Wait, so what am I supposed to do? Wait,
Not
wait,
take
wait,
it.
wait. Oh, sorry, I didn't do that. Oh, so here.
And not take.
No, here you can play e3.
So e3, king here.
Yeah, you take with tempi on g4.
Okay.
Oh shit. What the heck? I just stopped thinking at the end.
I mean, that's natural though. I mean, that's it. It happens. Miss chances when you're playing automatically when you think you lost.
You shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Oh god! It was such an easy win. Like the whole game I was just winning comfortably.
Yeah.
The whole game, it's
Yeah,
so
you crushed her.
stupid. There's
You
no
crushed her.
It's so stupid. Oh my god. It's such a waste of a game. And tomorrow's gonna be even it's a rest day, but then it's gonna be even harder. Like I'm not gonna get this opportunity again. It's so stupid. Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Shot it. Helps against Dementors. Must help against this as well. Seems like a similar kind of thing.
Anyway, okay, I'm gonna go. Thank you for commenting.
Alright, take it easy tomorrow, okay? Do your best. That's all you can do.
Yeah, thank you for your help. I'm just in a bad mood. Okay, so who are we rating? Yes.
I redeem Bullet Mercenary.
Is you streaming?
Mhm.
Where? Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll redeem Bullet Mercenary. Okay. So, thank you.
Luke's still there?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
I'm
Okay,
still here,
bye.
yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Luke.
Have a good
Thank
day
you so
tomorrow.
much. Thank you. Have
Take
a
it
good day
easy.
too. I'll see you
Thanks.
later.
See you, chat. Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. So I'll see you guys later. Let's go to Bullet Mercenary. And thank you for your support. I am just sad. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you. And let's give Bullet Mercenary some positive energy. Okay.